Hello and welcome, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard, to today's live stream and to this edition of Let's Build. Today I've got my wonderful co-host Clay here. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, buddy. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. Just got off work. Clay did the very thoughtful thing and pushed it back 15 minutes so that I didn't have to sprint through traffic from work to get home and then have 15 minutes before we went live, which I appreciate you. Thank you for doing that. It's always just
Mm-hmm.
like, it's so funny. We get used to doing everything on our own sometimes. And when somebody else just like, without asking, does a little thing like that, it's acts of service, right? That's a love language. That's a love
Yeah,
language right there. Yeah,
because
yeah.
because I love you, buddy.
I love you too, buddy, for sure. Well, I also love you, chat. And for those of you who have been waiting patiently for today's live stream, I'm really glad to have you here because I think we're going to make this a regular thing. Clay's going to throw curveballs at me, and then we're going to tackle them together, which is really fun. I
Hmm.
think probably once a month was what we were talking about, doing a
Yeah.
little bit of a thing. Oh, we've
Oh,
got
wait.
Alex. Look at we got some of
Yeah.
my
What's
favorite
up,
people in here. Alex Scott. We've got
Dallas?
Dallas, Princess of Pauper. Both of these fantastic deck builders and great members of the community. So we're glad to have you here, and thanks for joining us today. Alex says, "What are we doing?" Well, I don't know. That's the whole point. Clay knows, though. Clay knows. That's right. So yeah, that's good stuff. Noyark.
Oh my God!
Whoa! Let's go. What's up, baby? Holy shit! You see the smile that brings to my face? I miss you,
Mm.
buddy. For those of you watching, Noyark is our largest contributor and our longest running patron of the channel. So Noyark, thank you. Also a huge influencer for me as a deck builder, seeing some of the really interesting directions that he's taken in the format, and truly too, it's worth picking Noyark's brain if you're curious about this, about navigating metas. Noyark is an amazing reader of metas, and some of the cards that he's popularized and utilized in some of these deck building paradigms, like Big Blue, have influenced me in so many other ways. Like I use Big Blue in mid range and control all the time when I'm not playing blue. I'm even using it in Boros right now with Shadowfax. So yeah, thank you, Noyark. And we've got Sandman. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, so glad to have everybody here today. The sun's been shining. I didn't get enough of it today, unfortunately, because I was locked in a warehouse under fluorescent lights. But I did have the bay door open, so I got some fresh air. I'm probably looking pretty pallid. Maybe I'm playing a little bit too
Yeah.
much Gollum these days. I feel like
Mm.
Gollum sometimes. I come out and I'm like, he burns us! Oh! It's kind of brutal. So as
So, somebody screenshot that like right
Yeah,
now.
please, please clip that. It's always fun when people clip it. In fact, last night's stream, I went on a big rant about just how much I fucking love competitive Pauper Commander and this format. And no secret, I'd love it if one of you would clip that because I don't remember when it happened. And last night's stream was really long.
Mm.
Last night's stream was portly, and the last 5 cuts were really tough. It's like black. It's like black has so many good cards in it on its own, but when you
Mm.
add red, you're suddenly like, oh god, like which good sweeper do I run? Like, I can't run 8 sweepers probably. I mean, you could. I don't know. Maybe I should just run less removal and just play mono sweepers. But yeah, you start adding in like grave flickers, recursion, mana rocks, removal, edicts, all the good black stuff. It's so self-contained, and it was just, dude, cutting the last 4 cards was nigh impossible. I was near to tears. So we got
Mhm.
Mr. Sandman saying, "You're the last Cardoor video was awesome. I was actually looking at building him and your stream popped up." Wow, like that's serendipity, isn't it? I know a lot of people
Yep.
have been coming back to it, and it kind of makes sense if you're plugged at all into the CPDH meta. Cardoor, has had this really funny lifespan. Clay, you remember when Cardoor was literally like a meme that people would post in the PDH home base, be like, or
Mm.
I could play Cardoor, and then one day, Nate Diggity 7, also just a really talented deck builder who's responsible for probably like the deck that I think is closest to CEDH while being CPDH, which is
Mm.
Roger Tormod, Rograk
Mm.
Tormod. Super cool. Uses like Culling the Weak and Dark Ritual and Rite of Flame and Infernal Plunge. It's so hot. Like you go like turn 1 Lotus Petal land and you're like initiative turn 1. You go like Rogue Rack, Swamp, Culling the Ritual, Vicious Battle Rager, and just watch everybody squirm. What are you gonna do? Like, so super cool deck. Anyways, the reason I mentioned him is he brought Cardur Doom Scourge, and his win rate, dude,
70.
76% was what I remember with it, and then he just quit playing it. Just like flex and left. It was like, what the fuck? Like all these decks, like it's just like nothing you could do. And he probably was on mono sweepers. He was playing all edicts, all sweepers, tons of removal, and card advantage and rocks. That was it. It was just like super slim down, really cool. So I'm glad, Sandman, that you enjoyed that. And if you do get a chance, you should take a peek at his. His is even harder control. He doesn't really even have creatures in his deck. He has Monarch, Initiative, and then he's all in on like Flickering Cardur. And I think there's some validity to that. So yeah, but Clay, talk dirty to me, man. What do we got? We've got a Mystery Dimir deck. I love me some Dimir. So you picked the right guy.
So the last one was predicated off of inspiration that I had received elsewhere. You were actually the inspiration for this particular commander. Now, and I'll tell you why. Number one, it's got black in it. Number two, it's 2 relevant creature types.
Oh.
Two relevant creature types. It's not the cheapest one, the cheapest commander around, but it's still relatively cheap. And it gives you the opportunity to be flexible.
Ooh,
and
ooh.
you like that.
Are you trying to like grease me up to sleep with me or something here? Like this is
Too
like
late, buddy.
talk dirty to me. Like
Too late, buddy.
Flexible, Dimir,
So,
like relevant
yes.
creature type. Now, before you break the, we got to tease people a little bit, and I'm okay to be teased. I like being teased a little bit.
Yep.
I want people in chat. What do you think it is? We're Dimir. There's a relevant creature type. It's flexible.
Two
relevant creature types. So it sounds like it might be a partner. You don't have to you don't have to confirm. Don't give any indications because I want chat to try and predict what this is going to be. Yeah, keep talking though. Hit me with the sauce.
So, I don't see now we're at the point that now it's a recent addition to the card pool. So it's this year. So that's also something else that kind of checks a box. Ruined Crab from the last time was an older option, kind of bringing it forward into the modern era. So this is from this year.
Okay. Wow.
Just seeing.
Oh yeah, chat's coming through.
Yeah. So what for now on my end, because I have to have a little buy-in myself, right? So on my end, it has a very interesting ETB.
Wow.
So as it enters the battlefield, it does something that is extremely rare for a commander at uncommon, right? So are we ready?
No, I'm not. I need people to guess this first. Okay, so my guesses here. I'll throw a couple of things out here. Zombie in black and blue is like Scabs, for example, which actually would be a really fun thing to build around sometime. We could do it'd be fun to build around like a you know what? It's just occurring to me. So someday over the rainbow, way up high. Someday we're gonna do a Narfi the Betrayer King build. And this is also, I feel like Narfi in a lot of people's minds has been sort of relegated to like meme status. But dude, like commander that doesn't pay the command tax can come in at instant speed and is a lord for zombies. Dude, we're playing Scabs in that deck. And I cannot wait to do that with all these cycling creatures, right? You imagine like turn 1, turn 2, you're cycling this stuff away, and then you can play these like pretty fucking big creatures. I mean, some of these Scabs are like way too big for the minor
Yep.
cost of like, oh, I've got to like exile something out of my graveyard. And then for the ones that you don't, you can always like Reaping the Graves, Wander in Death, Unseal the Necropolis, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm thinking zombies. I don't know if I'm right on that. It's Ramirez de Pietro. No. Okay. What else, chat? What do you think it is? What could it be? Okay, so what's in black and blue that might be, what would be a black thing? I mean, it could be goblins, I guess. There's black goblins, but blue would be kind of tough. Black goblins with, is it kobolds? Is it, wait, so rarity common type kobold. I don't think
Is
there's enough of them.
kobolds are in red. The kobolds are in the red.
Oh, that's right. Okay, let me think about iconic. Elves can be in black, although it can be tough. So Nadir might be one. It sounds like it's a partner because you got two creatures. Nadir,
Start with the blue
blue. Okay,
creature
so there's
type.
fairies. Fairies in blue black is a really common blue black thing. Okay, so fairies, already uncommon type fairy.
Somebody's onto
Okay.
it.
Partner. There's no partner commanders though for fairy. Rogues.
Not
Rogues in blue, black, and fairies. That's actually getting pretty type rogue. So I mean there's Halo Forager, but that is a fairy rogue. It's pretty good. Spewit. What is spewit? That's got to be a misspelling, right? What's a spewit? That's not a word. Chris Lively, you're drunk, but stay around. Don't go home.
So, I mean, you just said it.
Fairies, rogues. All right. What's the big reveal here? Hit me with it.
So you just said it. It's Halo Forager.
Whoa!
When Halo Forager enters the battlefield,
Let's
you
go.
may pay X. You may.
Yeah.
So this is the key part. You may pay X. You don't have to, but you may. And then when you do, you may cast a target instant or sorcery card with mana value X from a graveyard.
Yes.
Without paying its mana cost.
So
and then if it would be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. I can't talk today.
You're fine.
It's a 3/1 flyer, fairy rogue, 1 blue black. Now, when I saw this,
love this.
I remember talking about this when it was spoiled earlier this year, but it just, for whatever reason, it just kind of like fell off. Now,
it's without paying its mana cost. Oh
yes.
wow!
Yes.
Chat. And Clay, I'm sure you relate to this too. Sometimes you like look at cards. I don't know. There's like a thing about like your memory when it comes to stuff, especially with Magic, where there's so much text, so many cards. I mean, I have friends of mine who like, when they ask me like, how many cards are there in Magic that you're working with, and it's like, well, in our format, it's like 9,000 ish, and I know all the relevant ones. I've done that exercise on a couple of occasions where you go through all the commons, all the uncommons, but you miss things, right? Sometimes you miss things, and so the funny thing is that Halo Forager, I have a thumbnail design for this because this one's been on my mind. But the thing I didn't realize is that you can wait, mana value X. Okay, so but you do have to pay the mana cost.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, so you pay an amount of mana equivalent to the mana cost.
What's cool
but
though
you're
is
not relegated to the colors,
right? And this is an ETB, so that means if you flicker it, you're able to reuse it. This is super cool. When I first looked at this, the first thought that I had was wow, this is a 3-power flyer in colors that love to reuse ETBs, whether it's through undying effects, gray flickers as I call them. Or blue flickers, but like the first thing I thought was like, dude, cranial plating. Like cranial plating in this deck is going to be such a hammer. Yeah, big blue. This is big blue, definitely Noirk. We're going to want a lot of mana. What kind of spells do you want to reuse from people's graveyard, Clay? What's the
So
thought?
this was the one hint that I gave you ahead of time. So this is a potential stacks piece in the command zone. So this is not necessarily now. You are a value player.
Yeah, I
You
love
know,
value.
value with a W.
Oh
You
yeah,
are a WoW player.
wow, you.
So you're going to get more mileage off of this than just me building it the way that I would build it. I would build it as a way to have an evasive creature in the command zone, have some, in and out ETBs, kind of dink with people stuff, get card advantage, yada yada yada. But I would have it deployed with some flickers on
Oh yeah,
board, so
yeah, yeah.
that way when the combo players try to go off, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
nope.
Yeah, yeah, totally. No, and actually we're the same mind here. Like the value is good, but I also like the first thing I noticed was this is a 3 power flyer, right? And like cranial plating, if it gets, let's see, how much do you need?
Couple of mana rocks,
If
right?
you did, let's see, so 16 commander damage with 3 hits doesn't divide up evenly, but you
Mm,
basically just need like 2 smaller cranial plating hits and 1 bigger one to kill
mm,
somebody with this. And of course, blue black. I mean, if we're flickering things, there's a lot of stuff you can flicker. I mean, flickering, it's like a lot of people when they see Rilsa, they're like, why aren't you flickering? It's like, that's not what we're doing. It's just not. It's a thing we can
mm.
do, but we're
Right,
actually flickering with ninjutsu, right? That's actually
right.
how we flicker in that deck. But this is a flicker deck. This is definitely a flicker deck. This is really cool. So I actually would, every deck has a different starting point for me based on like what's really important. And I think actually that getting the proper number of lands and then the mana base, or sorry, the resource base, the rocks is
Mm.
what I want to do first. So let's
Yeah.
start out with a couple that I think are going to be great here. And there's 4 of them, which is going to be Everflowing Chalice. I can just see Noyark just like salivating right now, in his in call, well, where you live. And let's see. So we got Everflowing Chalice, we got Sisay's Ring, we've got Urgolem's Eye, and actually, I would really like to see Kozilek's Channeler in here. This is a really cool card. Kozilek's Channeler is probably criminally underplayed. Like 5 mana, 4/4. I mean, just like flat out is like pretty big.
Hmm.
But it's an Urgolem's Eye. You pay 1 more and you get a 4/4. It's like so it's a lot of mana. This isn't going to be an early ramp piece. We don't see it that way, but it is going to be something that is going to do a lot of stuff for us. So let's do creatures. And actually, something I've been doing here lately is I've been putting in mana costs and organizing not by creatures, but by mana costs of my creatures. And I know for some people out there who really hate the way that I organize my decks when it comes to tags, this is going to kill them. But I think this is because it's more tags, but it's a way
They're
of really seeing like
they're
what is your
your
curve.
tags, baby.
They're
They're
my
your
tag.
tags. They're free. They're free.
Yeah,
You
they're
spend them.
yeah, you spend them. You spend them, girl. Get it. Yeah. All right. So we got Arcane Signet. Obviously, we're gonna play Felwar Stone. Is it two L's? Felwar. Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna play Mind Stone.
Mhm.
If I do Mind, it's gonna give me Mind Goblin, which it doesn't exist in blues, so that's a lie. But cool. So we got Felwar Stone. We got Arcane Signet. Norik says, I have a question. If we're going to go to going down a value flicker route, are you intending to do a flicker combo? If so, the rocks would use matter if you want dramatic reversal. That's a really interesting idea. We could build around a combo. There's a part of me. I've been
So this,
thinking about this a little bit
yeah,
lately with like decks where it feels like, oh, it's really easy to slot a combo in
yeah.
here. And I actually I don't know that I now you all know me, like my feelings and thoughts around combo,
Hmm.
because I'm pretty like loud about it, but I I don't know that for a deck that wants to ramp really hard
Hmm.
that that's what we want to be doing, because if we're a combo deck, then we're going to get targeted and we have to build around that a little bit differently. Whereas if we don't have a combo, we're allowed to get away with different kinds of things. And I think we're allowed to get away with
Well,
ramping, right?
I
But
I
Dramrev
think
is an option.
I think the point that Norik brings up though is dramatic reversal is a ritual at the floor.
Yes,
So
yes.
even if we have just an incidental opportunity to create a combo line in here that all the pieces independently function.
Yeah, and I think that the question is just whether the question that I'm bringing up is kind of like, do we want that kind of pressure?
Yeah.
And do we need to do that kind of a thing? Because you're right, it's like this is a perfect home for it. In fact, like there's instances where somebody has like a displace in their graveyard, and we can like use that. Although it's going to exile it, so we won't be able to reuse it over and over again. It's gonna,
Mm.
you know, we no longer get that card. But we can also do this to our graveyard to do things. Although again, if we exile it, it's no longer a use a thing we can use. But
Hmm.
yeah, like one of the things that Neuarch is well known for and has talked a lot about is like dramatic reversal in big blue decks is where you're able to like it's one of the biggest rituals you can possibly get. I mean, it's like
Mm.
it's up there with it's above Songs of the Damned in the sense that Songs of the Damned takes some things that have to happen, right? Whereas in this, we
Yeah.
incidentally generate a lot of mana because we want to be mana rich. So one thing with Big Blue that Neuarch will talk about too is that you want to make sure that there's like a glut of 2 mana rocks to get you into the 4 mana rocks and the 5. And so we need to have a balance there of I usually do like 60-70% 2 rocks because you want to go 2 on 2 and then on 3 you go a
Hmm.
4 or you go 2 2s. Neuarch says the only overlap for the flicker combo is Ghostly and Displace, which is not strong reason to flicker. Yeah. And I think again, there's the question of like why, right? Do we really want to have to play like a ton of big sweepers to like defend ourselves? Do we want to have to play those cards? And maybe we do, but we'll explore it. We'll definitely go down that rabbit hole. What other rocks do we want? So we're gonna go function ramp CMC equals 2 and take a look and see what we got here. Cranial plating decks. This is awesome because we're in blue black, which means that there's some cranial plating cards that are really good. Charcoal
Hmm.
Diamond's going to be great here. Deadly Dispute's going to be great because we're going to be able to sack the rocks when we don't need them anymore, which is pretty free. Something like actually Flywheel Racer could be pretty cool here too. We'll throw that in for now. I like this card quite a lot. Um, Guardian Idol is great. The one I'm looking for though is Ornithopter of Paradise because Ornithopter can be suited up with a cranial plating and then it's a
Hmm.
flyer. So this one fits really good in those kinds of those builds. We have a Prismatic Lens, which oftentimes finds a home. The fact that it doesn't make colored mana without filter, you can filter, is actually quite fine. So we'll throw that in there. Um,
Thought Wessel.
where is it? Oh, there we go. And then Star Compass. There we go. So that's probably what we got there. And that's actually more ramp than I think we'll want to play. We might
Well,
actually not.
might as well start with all of it though.
Yeah, like I would say in this case here, we could potentially, like room wise, we might have to cut something like um, even Network Terminal and Bonders Ornament. When you're in colors that have such good card advantage already, you don't need them as much. Um,
Hmm.
I don't. I often find that in these kinds of decks, I'm just like, I like when am I actually tapping 5 mana to like draw a card in a deck where you can play
I've
big
I've pretty
draw
much
spells.
cut Bonder's Ornament from most of my decks.
It's a great card and it has its homes. Um, this one we're actually not going to put under creatures because it's really only a creature in these like weird instances where we need it to be.
Hmm.
I probably think we're looking at maybe like 15 rocks, so we're going to cut a couple here. Flywheel Racer could go. I don't think we need that, although it is a way you can put a cranial plating on that too, which is pretty
If it
cool.
if it had
Uh,
evasion, it would be better. It'd
yeah,
be
it
more of a
would.
shoe-in.
Like if it was a flyer.
Mm.
Even Kozilek's Channeler might not be the right fit here. Kozilek's Channeler can be awkward because you can't go 2 drop. You can't go 2 rock into 5 rock. You can only go 2 to 4. So maybe we cut this for now. We'll come back to that one. Um, I think this is a pretty good start here. Thought Vessel is pretty good, although we are going to have a lot of cards because this kind of looks like a I don't know. It's like it's kind of control-y, kind of mid-rangey. Man, there's so many different ways you could take this. Guardian Idol could
Well,
probably go.
uh, Keep
One,
Watch is in
two,
the
three,
format
four, five,
now.
six, seven, eight, nine,
The 100,000 Arrows is in the format
Yeah,
now. There's all these really big draw spells that other decks are playing, and the commander gives you access to
it
those.
does. It does. Yeah. Okay, so that's good. I think we are probably going to be a Ghostly Flicker and a Displace deck. I think there's no question around that. Uh, do we have Function Flicker? We do. Planner Incision seems great. I actually kind of like this, is dropping it in at end step with a counter on it. It's kind of nice. And these are cheaper. Noirk says if you have a high concentration of instants at higher mana values, you might consider bringing Bonders back, but it's only at its best when you have mana open at the end of a turn cycle. Yeah, I agree. When it's basically free, you didn't use your mana, so you get to use that. I've
Mhm.
actually found Bonders Ornament's been really good in Shadowfax too, because if you don't have a creature in hand, you basically draw to try and find a creature, and then if you get it, you flip it into play for free. So it's a way to like discount and get a creature basically from the top of your library into play. But yeah, Blur is interesting. I think that these ones here are the most appealing to me.
Mhm.
Although this one right here
So I do
is,
have a
oh,
question
this
for
one
you
doesn't
because
work. This is end step. We can't cast.
instep.
If it's
Yep.
an instant, we can, but yeah. Hmm.
Well, this is what I was thinking about because I started to put together my own list, which I didn't finish because I got to a certain point where the decision trees were too great, the branches were too great, and I was like, you know what, I'll just save that moment of discovery for where we're on stream. So this is one of the first decision trees that I came to when I was thinking about Flickr, and I know this will hit home for you because you've actually been delving deep into black lately.
Yeah.
So
Forever,
we have
baby.
the
Always a black
yeah,
mage.
we have the traditional flicker spells, but a lot of things we've been talking about lately are like the undying type flicker stuff. So do you think that there would be an opportunity to leverage, since we're in black,
Yeah.
any relevant like sack outlets
Hmm.
with undying flickers, things of
Yeah.
that nature?
Yeah, well, the first thing that comes to mind is that a lot of these flickers actually leave a counter on the Halo Forager, and the Halo
Mm,
Forager being 4 power is actually relevant. That
mm,
means 4 hits. So the first thing you hit, the first break point is at +1 power. It's a 4 shot kill. And then the next break point is at 8 power, really. I think it's maybe if you're at 6, you go 6, 12, 18. 5 is 15. So it's actually it's at 6, 12. So 6 power is the next one, and that's a little bit harder to get without a cranial plating. But I like that they
mm,
leave a power. They're also a lot cheaper.
mm,
And so if somebody attacks us, we just block, and then
mhm,
flicker it. I do like that. That does appeal to me. Let
mhm.
me just make an adjustment here with the chat window. We're just getting a couple of things in order here with the stuff around the putting the live chat on screen is really tedious sometimes. So
Mhm.
we just gotta get
And you
that
guys
there.
you guys will have to pardon me if you see me like digging around in my face and all that stuff. My wife has 3 rabbits and she groomed them today and I have an allergy, so
Oh
I'm like, you know, so
yeah,
somebody clip that.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I hear you, dude. The allergies right now are real. Um, Graveyard to hand type creature. I wish they had like there's some other tags I would love to get into. It'd be fun to see if there was somebody who was like a member of the community who would be willing to go and volunteer some tags into Scryfall for Archaeomancers, for
Mm,
Grave Flickers, or you could call them Undying Effects. You could tag them that
mm,
way for because there's a couple of things that are a little harder to find on search. And it'd
mhm,
be nice to have tags for those. That would be a cool independent project for somebody who wanted to join up with them. Salvager of Secrets, Repository Scab is kind of interesting because we could potentially undying our Halo Forager and then cast Repository Scab as a way to reuse it. I like this card a lot. Uh, so we'll throw that one in there. Scrivener is only instance, but that's fine. So this is like a decent package here. There's also the new Halo something something. This one, which is a 4/4, This one can act as an infinite combo outlet because if you have more cards in deck, then you just mill everybody out by flickering this thing, and it's both the recovery and the payoff if you have a way
Mm.
to draw. So if you have like an Archaeomancer Peregrine Drake, you flicker it and make infinite mana, and then you flicker the ETB draw thing with the Archaeomancer till you draw what you need. And then you flicker this thing endlessly to win the game. And it's a 4/4 for 5. I think that's like
And it's
something.
from the same set.
And it's from the same set. It's pretty
It's
damn
almost
cool.
like it was Kismet.
Yeah. No, this is a cool card. It puts it on top, but that's okay. Um, and it also mills other players. So if you are playing against a Tatiova player, you can try and mill their title bore, or really anybody trying to do that kind of a thing. Alex says, "I would, but I have no idea how to do that." Yeah,
Well, Moxfield has a Discord server,
it does.
and in
It's a great,
that Discord server, they have a channel dedicated to recommendations.
yeah.
And if you ask nicely, they will take up your
Well,
recommendation.
and there's
Uh,
actually this is something. The reason I mention it is because somebody could do this independently. They have people who voluntarily go through cards and they tag them with meta data, basically. What's up, Gator? Good to see you, man. Glad to have you here. So yeah, this is something anybody could do if they were to volunteer that to them, because they already have people who do that. There's a team of people
mm,
that go and do that. So when you do like function ramp, that's why I was able to find all these cards so easily. So function Archaeomancer, function
Flicker.
Flicker was one. Actually, one that isn't there is function protection. Function
Mm,
protection is not a tag that they have, which I think is like, maybe it's because it's kind of a dynamic term. It's like there's black protection, which can be gray flickers. But again,
mm,
they're protection, right? Like they help you save your creature. So hexproof, shroud, protection, indestructibility, regenerate, things like that. That would be another one. That would be a much bigger project. But yeah. Okay, so what else to do here? We know we're going to be a cranial plating deck. Now the question is, we could flicker, but there's also type ninja. Because ninjas are, ninjutsu is one way that we can reuse the commander without having to pay
mm.
its mana cost a lot. And a
Yep.
lot of these are really cheap, like Mistblade Shinobi. We have a flyer, so our commander is always going to be able to connect with somebody, which is a great enabler for ninjutsu. And the only problem with ninjutsu is that after you ninjutsu, it becomes kind of hard to hit with them after. But the cranial plating does help a little bit. Although the cranial plating makes it even more appealing to just kill them in combat. So the ninjutsu isn't always the right way to go here. But like Moonblade Shinobi is really good, making illusion flying tokens, and then giving the flying
Mm.
tokens the cranial plating is really good. Um, I also think Moon Circuit Hacker is a really cheap way to flicker. We've got the Mokutai Ambusher is great. The Lifelink paired with cranial plating is really good as well. I really like that combination. Ninja the Deep Hours
Deep
is
Hours,
cheap. It draws a
classic.
card. Saber Cryptomancer is going to be a boss in this deck. Holy smokes. This card, by the way, I just want to take a moment. Wow. Like, this is the cleanest answer to everything that there ever has been. Instant speed edicts, edicts in general, this thing provides a body that you can sacrifice, but it's also giving hexproof to something at the same time. So this is kind of like Confound a little bit, except that Confound can target your opponent's spells, and it leaves behind a body, and you can flicker it to put more counters on things and to give it hexproof again. This is amazing in this deck. Skull Snatcher is not a card I love. I play it in a couple of decks where the returning the creature for cheap is really good, like Golem. The Graveyard Hate being like sorcery speed essentially is like not that hot to me. But it is 1 mana to bring it back. Okiba Gang Shinobi is another one that's powerful, but I oftentimes find this is like hit somebody, discard 2 cards, and then somebody just blocks and kills it because it's a 3/2, and it's 4 mana, so it's not really perfect for that. This one's kind of interesting. It is 1 mana, so ninjas are cool. What other stuff we have? So let's do type fairies because we could play Spellstutter Sprite in this deck. Which is really good. So Gator says, "What's the
And
commander?" It's not said anywhere. We are doing Halo Forager.
yeah.
This one right here. The 3 mana 3/1 from the March of the Machines. It allows you to cast spells from any graveyard by paying its mana cost, except you're paying the mana cost in X. So whatever the mana value is, you pay it in X, and then it casts it for free. So, and then it exiles it.
You can play
Um,
red spells. You can play green
you could
spells. You
cast
can play
anything.
white spells.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could cast some really busted stuff. You could cast
So
like other people's like Rush of Knowledge. You could cast other people's Siphon Mines, Fiery Cannonade if you really needed to. There's all sorts of stuff. Okay, so Cranial Plating is turning out to be a pretty important part of the deck, which means Muddle the Mixture is going to be in here. Dimir Infiltrator is actually really cool too because it's a great target for the Cranial Plating. I really like that. So O transmute
so
CMC equals 2.
so you were on
Oh,
you
shred
were
memory.
on shred memory. Yeah, that's good. So in the vein of both fairies and shred memory, Fairy Macabre.
Oh yeah, yeah. Fairy Macabre is great. Yeah, this is such a cool card. Like this is really quite modal. I've played a lot of this in 60 card Pauper because it's just one of the most backbreaking spells to be able to like manalessly exile things from people's graveyards. It's exile up to 2 target cards from graveyards. So you can actually target 2 different graveyards with it, which is really spicy. A lot of exile effects don't allow you to do that. They'll say a single graveyard. And the other thing is that Fairy Macabre is also just a 2 mana 3 mana 2/2 flying. So that's what I mean by modal. It's like
Carries a plate.
it
Yeah.
carries a yeah, everything should be put in the context of like can it carry a cranial plating well. Um, so I like this. The black recursion could also be used. Something like Reaping the Graves, if we have a lot of creatures, can get this back. Instant speed. Yeah, this is an old staple of CDH. It's also something that's been played in Legacy quite a bit.
Mm.
It's just kind of broken,
Because
you know.
it's free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you were saying spell stutter sprite.
Mm-hmm. So type fairies. Let's see what we got here. I know there's a lot of good ones. Cloud of Fairies, if we're not comboing, I don't necessarily think we need this. The fairies thing might be a bit of a trap. I'm not going to lie. I do
Mm-hmm.
like Fairy Seer, but
Mm-hmm.
the problem with fairies is that you get like Fairy Seer, you get Spell Stutter Sprite, you get Latchkey Fairy, you know, and then you start to run out of good stuff. Um,
What's
the,
the eye gouger one?
the Eye Gouger one is it puts -1/-1 on things when
No,
you
eye collector. There it is.
Eye
Eye
Collector
collector.
mills you and everyone else, which is interesting. I think Dream Thief is worth considering. It's a 2 power flyer that draws a card on ETB if you've played another blue spell. So you know this one's great if you flicker it because you flicker with blue and then it comes in and it's going to draw a card. So I'm really into like 2 power flyers that do stuff on ETB. I think a space that's really powerful. This one right here is pretty interesting too, and I've actually had people play this in 60 card where they build Fairy Tribal, and then whenever you cast a spell during your opponent's turn, you give -1/-1 to things, so it becomes a kind of a machine gun. Um, and you can really do a lot of damage with this to players. So it kind of turns all of your instant speed stuff into a form of removal. So this could be seen as a bit of like a control piece or a stacks piece against like untappers because it's not a spell and it's on cast.
Mm.
So you're always going to get the effect, right? So actually, let's try it. This one doesn't need fairies to be good either. That's the cool thing about it. So this one's good. The other one that I really like too is where is it here? This is actually kind of cool. Just a 2/2 flying. It doesn't have any ETB value. Fairy Seer is pretty good, just as a 1-drop. There's some other stuff here. We have Proliferate, which if we ended up doing a lot of like, we could go into the sort of like Vicious Battle Rager, Aarakocra Sneak type stuff and flicker the initiative to put like +1/+1 counters on things. And if we have enough creatures, we can actually Throne of the Dead 3 creatures into play, which is pretty cool. And actually, the Skeleton token is a menace creature, so I kind of like that. I don't know how much I want to defend the Monarch and the Initiative in this deck, but I mean we have the ability to flicker like ETB life gain stuff like Gary You know, like that actually could be one of the more game-ending spells in the deck, as you just flicker Gary. And actually for you all in chat, I've been finding that in black, like the ability to flicker Gary has been a game-winning thing. You and I had a game actually where I won the game by flickering Gary in Golem.
Yep.
Golem. And Golem, it was just like, and it feels so bad to like target somebody's creature when they use a feign death or a grave flicker effect. You're like, I don't know what they're doing with this thing. But like feign death on Gary, sack it, ETB again. I mean, it's so busted. Like Gary is such a strong card, and you can flip it off Throne of the Dead 3, which is probably one of the more busted things, and we can do that at
Well,
instant speed. So.
well, to that point, like thinking of keywords, I mean, are there any Monarch initiative? The
Yeah, yeah.
ring tempts you. Like, are there any things of that nature that you were interested? I thought about all three of those when I was kind of building this
Yeah.
earlier this week.
Yeah, no, totally. So that's what first comes to mind is that if we're using ETBs and we're not comboing, we have a plethora, a wealth of things to do. I mean, even just the idea of like using a flicker as like a fair value engine to like protect things over and over again with like Archaeomancer or Pneumatic Wall, Salvager of Secrets, Scrivener. That's really good. I mean, that means you have infinite blockers. Line up your blocks,
Hmm.
flicker, protect it with a counter spell, get it back. Which is going to give us another way to survive. And what you can probably see by my thinking here is that I am concerned about the survival bit of it because and that's more of a concern if we go into combo. If we don't, then we're not likely to be the target of the table's ire because what we're doing is so slow. This is going to be a slow deck. I think that's what I'm seeing. You know, it's like we're playing 15 mana rocks. So Spellstutter Sprite is going to be great here. This is another one of these like really oppressive cards. If you played in 60 cards, Spellstutter Sprite's one of the most frustrating things in the entire game. To get locked under a Spellstutter Sprite feels so shitty. It's like, yeah. Spellstutter Sprite and Stonehorn Dignitary have like psychologically wounded me in 60 card because I'll actually tell you guys a story. I live in Washington, and Washington being the birthplace of Magic has like the average quality of the Magic players is way too high. You go into these like tournaments, like a 3-round tournament, and you sit down with cross somebody, and there's like a decent chance that they've been like there's like a really decent chance that they've been like grinding prelims and like regionals and shit. And so the people that I played with on a regular basis were so good that I was actually working on a competitive team for years, building up a competitive capability. And one of the guys I played with had a Pro Tour jacket, level 3 judge, Pro Tour jacket. You know how much work it takes to get to be a level 3 judge? Like, and this guy played Tron.
Man of my own heart. God bless him.
And I probably don't seem like a Boros player, but I was really good friends with Pauper for a long time on YouTube. And I actually, the day his Propaganda video came out introducing Boros Bully into the format, which was like Squadron Hawk, Faithless Looting, Rally the Peasants, Prismatic Strands, that kind of stuff. Sacred Cat, still a deck in different iterations. When he introduced that deck, I built it and started grinding it prior to Rags to Riches, which was the largest Pauper event in the United States. And it actually set the tone for how Pauper's ban list ended up getting set up, which was the unification of paper and digital. And I played it with him, and he and I placed second and third at the tournament, and we both lost to Tron because that matchup was absolutely god-awful miserable, and there was nothing you could do about it. It was basically one of those matchups where psychologically you come into it and you're just like, okay, I've lost this game. I'm going to do whatever I can. I'm going to hope they have a bad hand. Because my win rate against this guy was like less than 20%. It was abysmal. And my meta had so much Tron, and I loved Boros Bully so much. So Stonehorn Dignitary and Spellstutter Sprite. Luckily, Boros Bully was set up to feast upon the fairy decks, but then it lost to the Tron decks, and then the fairy decks feasted on the Tron decks. So it was like a little hateful menage a trois, where they're all just kind of jerking each other off. Okay, so we've got Thornwind Fairies is kind of interesting to me too, as like just a pinger. We could look into, this kind of a thing. Tomb Raider, it's not a 2-power flyer. It is a fairy that ETBs draws. This is kind of interesting. When it enters the battlefield, they reveal 2 cards from their hand where X is the number of fairies, and then you can discard a card. You could potentially like reuse this to strip people's hands. It's not a very good card on its own, but it is a rogue and a fairy, which turns on my favorite fairy, which is not Spellstutter Sprite, but Latchkey Fairy. This card is very efficient. 3 mana, 3/1 flyer that draws a card is basically our commander, you know? Flickering it doesn't work because you can't prowl. But I really like this card. What else do we have here? We have Clash, Surveilling Sprite when it's puts into a graveyard, not very good. Pro Red's kind of interesting. Means we don't lose to sweepers. And then I really like the Winter Eladrin. This is a card that when you're playing a Flicker deck that has need for ETB bounce creatures like Man of War, this is the one you want to pick.
It's a slow flicker.
Yeah, it's a slow. Yeah, it's a slow Flicker deck. But these ETB creatures that bounce things are basically like a control element that you can loop over and over and over again. Somebody keeps coming at you, you just bounce their commander over and over and over again. Block, bounce another thing, a Flicker, bounce another thing. And this one, the reason it's nice is that it says return up to 1 other target creature. You don't need to bounce. And Man of War must bounce. So if there's nothing in the play that you want to bounce and you play it because you need a creature, you will have to bounce something. And Winter Eladrin allows you to bounce your creature too. So really cool card. Fairy, Elf, Wizard. It's got a bunch of useful creature types. So there's our fairies. What about
rogues?
Changeling actually is what I want to do first before we skip over. It's O Shapeshifter.
Yep.
That's O. We need T. Changeling Outcast, perfect fit for this. Even Moth Dust Changeling is a potential card that we could play. I really like Nameless Inversion. This is a great card. It's a pump. It's removal spell. It actually, this is some tech that I used to use.
Makes things not pirates.
It makes them not pirates. Yeah, it does do that. It also hits most of the things in the format. Like 3. It's basically a 2-mana bolt, right? But I actually used to use this as a 60 card as a this kills any sliver. Always, which is fun. And there's ways to reuse this because it's a changeling, which means that it's a creature. It's not a creature card, but it does have a creature type. So if you have something tied into that, you can use it. I think those are the only ones I want to use. This one might not make the cut because there's better black removal spells, and blue gives us bounce spells for non-land permanents that we're going to want to make room for as well. So let's get our lands in here. Let's do 34 swamps just for the time being.
The infamous 34 swamps.
Yeah, that's right. I can't look at that. I'm so anal. Vicious Battle Rager is going to be in here.
You heard it here first, folks. He's so anal.
I am so anal. It's painfully true. Underdark. Underdark. I always get this confused because unfortunately they named it Underdark Explorer instead of Undercity Explorer. When you go into the Undercity, I don't know. It's kind of annoying. Era Cochrane Sneak. This one here. And then probably if we're doing initiative stuff, Ghostly Flicker can flicker artifacts. So Trailblazer's Torch is another one, which if you're playing initiative stuff and you care about initiative, you should probably play this card, even if it doesn't synchronize with your deck, because 4 mana initiative is just that good. It's just that good. And this effect actually has a lot of relevant. Yeah, there's a lot of relevant use cases for this. If you have First Strike, it's really good. If you're attacking into things that are chump blocking, then you get to eat them before they kill you. It's First Strike. It's First Strike for 2. Okay, so we've got that. What about Monarchs? So we've got Thorn of the Black Rose. Not Thornbow Archer, although this card is really cool in Golem because you can give it unblockable with Tempt, and then it swings every single turn, and it doesn't die. People have been asking me what's the difference between some of these, and actually, Gator, you were asking me about this earlier about the difference between Golem and Loyal Apprentice. This is one of the big ones. Loyal Apprentice can't keep these things in play because they die on the first swing. Golem, these things hit every fucking turn, and you're draining the whole table. So it pretty damn cool, and you get 4 of them. And the ninjutsu allows you to reuse cards like Okiba Reckoner Raid as well. So Thorn of the Black Rose. We're gonna play the blue one, and we actually have other blue monarch creatures, but we have my brain is like having an aneurysm
Just
right
type
now.
in
What's
type
the
in
blue
O
monarch
Monarch.
creature?
Can't you just type in O Monarch?
I can't because my brain is broken. Azure Fleet Admiral, also
There you
unblockable when you give away the Monarch. So you could orchestrate a turn where you say, like, yeah, sure, take the Monarch, and then you land Cranial Plating and kill somebody. Fall from Favor, also, this is an enchantment, which means we can flicker it with Ghostly Flicker. And then Canal Courier is actually another one that's like really cool that a lot of people don't know about. 6 mana, it's a 3/5 human rogue, very relevant. And if you are attacking 2 different players, it's unblockable. This is like criminally underplayed. A lot of people forget that this exists because it's from Conspiracy. So, but very cool card. Staunch Throne Guard, one of the better Monarch cards by proxy of being colorless. In fact, actually, I realized yesterday when we did the Cardor build, I had forgotten Trailblazer's Torch and Staunch Throne Guard in the deck. So I already had a miserable time trying to cut cards, and then I had to find space for those fucking things. Brutal. This is going to be draw and removal. This is going to be draw. And then, okay, good. So we're at 92 cards, so we're actually pretty close to our limit, and we have a lot of cards we need to still add. So it might be that the ninja, that the fairies thing is a little bit too much, but we'll see where it goes here. Because we still have to get like the good black cards in here. Like we probably want like Chain Devil. This is going to be a really hard deck build. Damn it. Fleshbag Marauder. And then we probably want Vraska's Fall, because Vraska's Fall is an edict that we can reuse. So we could actually, I think what we'll do here instead is we'll actually cut, the, where is it? Where is she? Fleshbag Marauder. And we'll just have Vraska's Fall and Chain Devil.
Chain Devil for the non-token goodness.
Yeah. You know, the other one, though, that comes to mind is Curfew. One of my favorite blue spells. Unfortunately, Curfew is not as good right now. I think that this card had a day in the sun for a long time where it just felt like the best edict in the format. But now it helps people reuse their Abdel, and I don't like it anymore. I don't like it. It also helps people reuse like these ETBs are like one of the best things to be doing in common in general. And so this allows people to reuse relevant ETBs, but the flexibility of it is it's 1 mana, it's instant, it's protection. It allows you to reuse your ETBs. So I like it. And maybe we'll choose between the Vraska's Fall and the Curfew, depending on what we want. Okay, good. We've got these here. We're going to cut Nameless Inversion just off the bat. Let's get the Flickers slot here. Planner Incision is going to be great in this deck. A cheap way to flicker. These here, this is a counter spell, and it's also a tutor. And the same with this. Counter spells. Oh, that's not a counter spell. Ryan, your brain is broken. You can always go up here to remove tag and then go tutors. It's also Graveyard Hate. Okay. Yeah, I actually we'll call it dead your opponent. I like that, because the other one that we're going to use for that is, of course, the one, the only Gary.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, Grey Merchant of Asphodel might be one of my favorite cards in the whole format. This is hashtag 5MV, hashtag life gain, hashtag look up the tag, dead your opponent. And the thing is like, we don't even need an infinite combo to make this work. I think that if you flicker Gary like 3 times in a turn,
You're probably getting there.
you're probably getting there. Yeah. Noyark says, I love the flash fairies like Pestermite. I don't know how deep you need to go. When you get to the permanent unsummon spells, do you want any of the multi-target ones that I use in E-Sphinx to rebuy your ETBs to your hand and protect your stuff too? So cards like Runaway Together, Withdraw.
Yeah.
Those are the main ones. There's probably some other ones that do your creature and something we could. I think Runaway Together is also just like a pretty generically good removal spell because you can actually tag 2 creatures. They don't need to be they just any 2 creatures. So this is protection. We'll put it under removal for now. Withdraw is a little less flexible because it's mainly just your thing, and then we rebuy our Halo Forager. Withdraw is a pretty cool card. This is one that I've played in 60 card a lot in fairy decks because somebody goes to kill your spell stutter and you go bounce one of your things, target my spell stutter, don't pay the 1 and return it to my hand, counter your spell, or hold it up to counter your next spell. It's pretty backbreaking. So in mono blue fairy decks, this is a common one. Aether Trade Winds is 3 mana. The thing is, we're in black, so I don't know if bounce is like the only thing we want to do. We probably want to have a couple of like high value ones. Okay, what other generically good black cards are we going to play here? So let's get these organized. This is going to be 5 mana value. It's also going to be under draw. And actually, the funny thing is that these two, if you go infinite, you also win the game. So 5 mana value, draw. Staunch Throne Guards, 5 mana value, and it's going to be draw. Oop, that's not life. That's not dead your opponent. It's going to be under draw. We have Vicious Battle Rager is going to be 4 mana value, and it's going to be under draw.
I can't wait. I know I'm foreshadowing a little bit here, but I can't wait to watch the tension between draw creature effects and draw spell effects, especially with the big blue.
Yeah, there's always so when we're talking about Flicker, I think one of the things to keep in mind for folks watching right now is that in Flicker decks, you really want to have like an equal proportion of creature and non-creature effects. And the way I do it is that I like to look at my what effects do I need covered, and I want to have at least one of each one of them in spell, in non-creature, and in creature form, because one I can flicker over and over, and the other one I can loop. And so that's one way I did it with Quasar. And we're going to, the cool thing is that like a powerful start to any game is going turn 3 initiative. And we're going to be able to do that here because we have all these 2 mana rocks. It might bring more attention than we want, to our game plan. But I think it's like an option we have if we're at a combo pod. That's a thing that we can do. I don't think Pestermite's going to make the cut. Latchkey Fairy definitely going to make the cut. This is really 3 MV. Hashtag draw. Is that it? Yeah. Dream Thief, definitely. Saba Cryptomancer. Always, well, yeah. And then we've got Dimir Infiltrator, which is going to be our tutors, as well as our 2 mana value creatures. So this is going to be a great carrier for Cranial Plating. Changeling Outcast is going to be 1 MV, and same with the Fairy Seer here. So those are all good. I think we're pretty high on Fairy Macabre, 3 MV, hashtag Graveyards.
Well, between the Graveyard Tutor and the Fairy Macabre, you almost don't need
Shred.
Heirloom, but
Or
heirloom
or
is
heirloom. That's a good point because we're gonna have Bajuka Bog too, and you can flicker that with Ghostly Flicker. So yeah, like I sometimes when I look at this kind of stuff, I'll like graveyards, I kind of want like 2 pieces minimum of graveyard hate, and sometimes I'll
mm,
have like 3 on accident. Gator says rituals culling the weak to turn on Feign cards. We could, although I think that the culling the weak, basically like rituals. I like rituals when there's something I really want to be doing quickly, and when I have a built-in looting mechanism in the deck. Because so like Golem is a really good example where like you draw it early and you like empty your hand onto the board and you start hitting people like on turn 2, which is really strong. And then late game with the ring mechanic, you can loot it away because you don't want it
mm.
anymore. You really don't want to draw rituals after like turn 2, and that's the only issue I have with those cards because they basically like most of the cards in your deck you don't draw in your opening hand. And so you want to have a way to get rid of it. And we don't really have that. So I think it's going to be dead too often to play cards like that. And I don't think we're trying to go fast. I think that's maybe the more important thing. I don't think Repository Scab or Halo Charge Scab are important here. We have 4 of this
Mm.
effect, and I think that's plenty over here. I think this is just fine. I like the Dream Spoiler Witches a lot. This is going to go under, where's removal? Removal, it's also going to go under 4 mana value. I think this card's going to be really good.
So many categories.
I know, right? It's so painful for some people. This one here, and then I like this one actually. So Proliferate is really really good in decks that abuse the initiative because there's so many counters. So cards like
Mm.
Thrumming Bird would actually be pretty cool here too. Also, Opal Palace is going to be
Carry
great with
Drumming
Halo
Bird
Forger.
carries a plating.
Yeah, it does. This is Thrumming Bird is such a good card right now. Like I really can't speak highly enough about this card. Not only does it have amazing art, the new art from New Phyrexia is very cool. I love this art. Look at that, so cool. Such a cool art style. But this card basically has like has a lot of layers to its value generation. And when you start amplifying counters on your stuff, it just turns your evasive flyers into really good. So what I'm liking about this deck is that we have like a ground army of pretty defensive stuff. Monarch creatures tend to be pretty defensive, so we can hold down the fort with the ground creatures while we attack freely in the air with the air creatures, while having the ability to get cranial plating, which synergizes with the deck. And this is why I don't want to do combo, because this game plan already looks super clean. Tons of mana, tons of ETB creatures, all these flyers, and then all these things on the ground like Vicious Battle Rager, Staunch Throne Guard, Canal Courier that just block like a champion. Throne of the Guard, Throne of the Black Rose. So I like that a lot. The ninjas are kind of interesting. I'm a little concerned that what's going to happen here is what happened to me with Baleful Strix. So when I built Baleful Strix, I was like, oh, ninjas, obviously, right? Sounds
Yeah.
good. But then they come into play and they're not. They don't have any evasion, so they like hit once and then they sit there and they
Yeah.
can't attack.
You have to be able to pick them back up.
So, or pick them back up, or we play Smoke Shroud. Not a very well-known card. This one, enchanted creature has +1/+1 in flying. If a ninja enters the battlefield, you attach it. It's like the Dragon Breath effects,
Mm.
which is really cool too. So this is also a card that we can loot away if we have blood tokens or if we have some way to loot. So we could play this one if we really like the ninjas. The ninjas are the cheapest way to use our ETB, or reuse the ETBs by far. They're cheaper than the flickers. So I think that that's good enough to play these. And we can tutor for it as well if we wanted to. So let's do here, we're going to do, this is a 2 mana value card. It's draw. And it's also basically a form of flicker, right?
Yep.
Mokutai Ambusher is also going to be great. This is also 2 mana value when you put it into play this way. This is actually life gain. It's a big source of life gain. If you put a cranial plating on this, you are not dying anytime soon. And it's also a flicker. So this one checks a lot of boxes. I like the Moon Circuit Hacker because you are going to draw your first card, and it's only 1 mana value to flicker. Yeah. Oh, and it's also a flicker. Forgot to add that in there. Where's the 1 mana value? Here it is. Okay, so this one's also a flicker. Okay. And then Mistblade Shinobi. Um,
It's behind my head right now.
behind your head.
Yeah, Mistblade.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, there we go. 1 mana ninjutsu, you bounce a creature when you hit somebody. If we can give it flying, it's like a source of like bouncing something every turn, which is pretty cool. But it does like require that card, and I don't know. It's not generating card advantage. It's sorcery speed removal. I think we're gonna cut it. This one here is whenever it deals damage to a player, it's going to proliferate. So this is our second copy of Thrumming Bird, and I think that's going to be good. Tomb Raider's not going to make the cut, I don't think. 93 cards. We have our lands. We don't have any removal yet, and we don't have any
Ooh,
counter spells.
I have one.
Yeah.
Cavern Harpy.
Oh, Cavern Harpy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, Cavern Harpy fucks. This card is amazing. I have
Since we're on flickers.
I have dominated so many games in Rilsa with just this card. It's just it's so good. Nobody can kill it with cranial plating in your deck. It's like they can't kill it. It allows you to reuse over and over again. It's very, very, very good. It's also just a 2-power 2/2 flying. It's like they thought
Carries a
that
plating.
yeah, it does. They thought that the return a creature was going to be a bad thing. You know what I mean? And it's not.
Mhm.
It's not at all. This is an amazing card. It's a beast.
So
Huh. Oh,
I
it's a harpy
have
beast.
two more
Yeah.
creatures that
Yeah.
I had thought of, and I wanted to see what you thought of them. The first one is Keymaster Rogue,
Oh yeah. There's two of those. And the
and
Merfolk
then
one?
Storm Sculptor is
Yep.
the other.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah, both of these are good. These are actually going to be really good in the new Elrond deck.
Can't be blocked, and they bounce on ETB.
And it's a rogue.
And it's a rogue.
Yep, so that's going to turn on Path of Ancestry, which is going to be great. Keymaster Rogue, and then what's the
Storm Sculptor is
yeah,
the Merfolk. It's
both
a
of
wizard.
these are really good. Oh, Stormscape Familiar. Wow, that's actually probably pretty good here. I think we're mostly blue though.
Mm-hmm.
So we might actually want the Nightscape Familiar more. Yeah, we're mostly blue. I think that's probably going to stay that way. So we want the Nightscape. God, dude, somebody in the home base brought to my attention that these two cards are really, really good in Rilsa. And I was like, wow, they really are. Because if you make this thing a +5/+0 menace first strike death touch, it has regenerate. And it's basically a mana rock. So I went to 0 mana rocks and I added this one in the Stormscape. The Stormscape has evasion. They both reduce Rilsa's cost like so damn good. I don't think we could play Stormscape. It could be useful. It's not bad. You know, these could actually occupy the place of the rocks. We could cut two 2-mana rocks for these, right? Let's just do that. Let's try this. I think that's what my intuition is saying, is that these are like ramp spells. They're actually better than ramp in a lot of cases, because if they reduce the cost on multiple spells, then they're actually tapping for more mana, basically. So we could cut. I think our mana is going to be pretty good because the initiative. So we could cut Sky Diamond and focus on the untapped lands. So like Charcoal Diamond and Sky Diamond could come out.
Yeah, no untaps. Woo!
Yay! So we have mostly no untaps actually. Star Compass, Ornithopter are the only ones. That's gonna feel really good, right? And we can keep Prismatic Lens because it's untapped and it makes a color. Thought Vessel is gonna be good here. These ones here are gonna be flickers. I mean, these flickers are notoriously busted in Rilsa. A homie of mine, Praxia Mogamesh, plays these cards in his version of Rilsa, which is they're really close. That's the only difference he has. What about Darkness?
Ooh.
Yeah, what about Darkness? I have won a lot of games with this card lately. A lot of games.
Well, by the time you get down to just 2 players, they swing out. Play
you
Darkness.
saw it in the game we played with Islane, right? He swung with a 18 power What was that? It was the Kenra Spell Spear, the
Yep.
Gitaxian Spell Stalker, and I had the mana for it and cast it, and it was like, wow, that is super game over. Yeah, super good card. Black Fog. There's actually another fog that I wanted to mention too that I saw on Twitter. Derek, if you don't follow Derek on Twitter, you really should. He is a font of knowledge and wisdom. Look at this blue fog.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. You know what this secretly reads that we don't see here is I delete your entire board and I lose nothing. That's what this reads. This reads I don't lose the monarch, I don't lose the initiative. I set up favorable blocks. I cast this first, see if it resolves. It resolves? Okay, cool. I wipe your board. I think we actually play this because we don't with all the small creatures we have, there is a tension with a card like Pestilence, right?
Mhm.
Or Crypt Rats or something. And let's do it. Thank you, Derek, for the idea. This is amazing. Are there any other? I don't think there's any other effects like that in the format that do that. There are other big mana sinks as well that we could look at. Flood is one of them. If you don't know what Flood is, this is a pretty sick card. Tap target creature without flying. This becomes a repeatable way to you look at somebody and you're like, hey, are you attacking me this turn? And they go, no, because they don't want to waste their combat. Or they go, I'm not saying, and you say, cool, tap down your fucking creature. And it's 1 mana. You play this on turn 1 and you just have it. It's amazing for protecting the monarch. We have a lot of flyers, so we can block in the air and then
enchantments, enchantment types, spell types are the most resilient.
Yeah, they don't go
spell
away.
type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this actually does have another effect, which is you could tap down a Gretchen creature on upkeep. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good spell. It's basically Righteous Aura in blue. What are some other stuff we want here?
Does it have a non-white bordered version?
It better, because if it doesn't, we're gonna. Oh, it does. Okay,
yeah.
Thank God. Renaissance. We have to play the dark version, but that's okay. I like the dark. The dark is like very grim dark, and I like that kind of stuff. So, if you don't, oh damn it, the bug. We gotta reload this. Occasionally, if you try to drag a card onto the sidebar and it doesn't catch, it'll start scrolling endlessly, and you can't stop it from scrolling. So fogs. So I think actually these 3 fogs is a fine package. I quite like that, given the fact that we're Monarch and Initiative. This is all good here. I don't think Deadly Dispute. I don't know. We'll have to come back to that one. So what do we don't? We don't have a lot of removal. We don't have a lot of counter spells. We're probably going to want to have, what, 6 to 8 counter spells, if I were to guess.
Where's your card draw?
We don't have a lot of card draw that isn't attached to creatures right now. So what are we going to want? This is actually a good example of where you may not actually want Ponder, Preordain, Brainstorm, because we make so much mana that we could just play a card that draws us more cards. But like Siphon Mind is a big one. So this card is a heavy hitter. Really? Oh, Siphon Mind. Yep. There we go. We're going to want, what are some other big draw spells we could play? We could play Keep Watch. Although...
you lose the ability to cast it on you because you're not really attacking in with an army. So is this the trade-off between
we have 36
Keep Watch
creatures
and now, but you basically have a Spell Flicker commander.
Yeah, so we could play Borrowing 100,000 Arrows or Theft of Dreams instead, is what you're saying. And then we could actually cast that on our turn, right? We could look at somebody, they're tapped. I think that's probably better. Let's do Theft of Dreams. I don't know why, but Borrowing 100,000 Arrows just like throws me off a little bit. It's a weird card. I like this art too, the Richard Kane Ferguson.
Draw. So what about what's the Ascent? The city's blessing. Yeah, there you go.
We could, but you know what we actually have too is Thoughtcast first. And we actually, the other one too is how many humans do we have? Or actually, yeah, how many humans? 9. That's not enough to do of one mind, unfortunately. But we are going to play Meeting of Minds, because Meeting of Minds is literally almost always like 100% better than Divination. If you just have your commander in play, it's a 3-mana instant speed Divination, but you can easily cast it for free. So that one's going to go into draw. Oh, god damn it. When you get too many tags, the left bar starts to become useless. Okay.
I've never had that problem, right?
I know you don't. That's not a you problem. Not at all.
Card selection, removal, ramp, lands, and then
I usually don't have that issue, but as I've been doing mana value stuff, it's become more of a problem. But the mana value thing has been useful because I've been building around that a lot.
So why is it that you use the mana value tags?
Yeah. So lately I've been doing a lot of experimentation focusing on mana value. So particularly Passageway Seer was my first time doing it. And I did a live stream on that if you guys want to go check it out. On Passageway Seer, we called it Smashageway Seer. And it was all mana value based. So we're going really low curve. 17 1-drops, 12 2-drops, like 6 3-drops. And what I wanted to do is really make sure my curve was really low. And a lot of the deck was based on the math of how do I consistently put a 1-power creature or like a 1-drop and then 2 1-drops or a 2-drop or a 2-drop and a 1-drop on turn 3 into Passageway Seer.
This is rat's math.
Because exactly.
You can't clog up the 2-slot.
Exactly. And that was balancing. That was really important to me. And I've used that for Golem. I've used that for this one. I've used it for Rilsa, the same. Basically, any deck where your curve matters and it's aggressive is where I use this strategy. So this one here, maybe a little less so because we're really slow. So I think that there's a rationale for not using the mana value here, but I just wanted to kind of see how it would work. This is a bit of an experiment using it in a non-aggro deck.
Well, what does the curve look like at the very bottom? I know we're at 103, but
so we're looking at permanents. Mostly, it's actually mostly 2. 1, 2, and 3. This is good here. I like to see that. Know that that's a lot of that is rocks. 10 of that is rocks, or no, 10 of that is rocks. So it's actually a pretty even bell curve. We have a lot of stuff at 4, which is our Monarch and our initiative stuff. But if you think about it, that's really important because we're going to play 2 mana rocks and we can go into 4-drop, right? So being able to play a 1-drop or a 1-drop either on turn 1 or on turn 2 with another mana rock. So if we go turn 2 Arcane Signet, 1 mana, play a Changeling Outcast, and then next turn land the Monarch or the Initiative, then we kind of have control of that mechanic now, because even if somebody takes it, we can get it back with a Changeling Outcast or with a Fairy Seer, other things like that. Okay, other things that we can play here too.
Oh, let's go through black removal. Yeah,
you read my mind, my dude.
What's up, Islane? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what the fuck is up, baby?
Welcome to the Halo Folger.
Folger's Coffee, sponsored. What's up, baby? I don't even drink coffee. What up?
This is a side effect of me just being old. Mystery stream, yeah.
That's
so
right.
I hit him with the 3-1 flyer, baby.
That's right. You sure did. Wait, did I just spell that wrong?
What?
Yeah, I did. Removal?
Yep. Rimvul. Yeah.
What's up, Scooby? Good to see you, buddy. And by the way, Scooby, thank you for being such an active reposter on Twitter of Clay and I's content.
Absolutely.
It's really, virality is something we have control over. I'll just say that. Like virality is not a mystery anymore. It's like, there was this period of time where you'd see people on the news, like news anchors, being like, some things just go viral. They just go viral. Like, how does this happen? And it's like, it's no mystery. If you have a bunch of excited people who care about something and people are making good stuff that they want other people to see and you share it, you know, that's a huge deal. If you're reposting our YouTube content, if you're reposting our Twitter content, you know, whatever it is that we're doing, it's free for you and it makes us feel good. And it also helps like broaden access, you know, to this information, to the format. So lately, actually, that whole diatribe I did on recursion and reanimation in white and black went
Hmm.
pretty Twitter viral, I guess, for me, because my Twitter is very new, so not a lot of people are following me. But something like there's a lot of like reposts on it, and that felt really good because it's definitely something I think about a lot, and it's something I'm excited about. So, by the way, I just wanted to mention the new Go for the Throat art that you guys don't know about.
Oh yeah,
Isn't that
baby.
sick? This is so flavorful. This is awesome. I hope it. I don't know if it has another. It doesn't have another special printing, but that's
Looks
so cool.
looks like I'm getting the precons just for the Go for the Throat
I
art.
know, right? By the way, another version of Cast Down that a lot of you probably don't know about is this one. This is a $20 media insert. I think it came in Japanese magazine, and
Hmm.
they're hard to get, very hard to get. I've not found an LGS that has them yet, and they're expensive. So I'm gonna be scoping for one of those because I definitely want one. I think it's the coolest art of Cast Down. Um, okay, what other stuff do we have here? Are there any other? What other backup stuff is there? Oh, I don't think we're doing
Yeah.
this. This is very expensive. But even though I love you, Gloomfang Mauler, what about Reaping the Graves?
Hmm.
So Reaping the Graves is pretty cool in a deck that flickers and reuses spells because you can pick this up with your Archaeomancers and you can loop it, right? So if they kill your Archaeomancers, you just get them back with the Reaping the Graves. And we have a lot of creatures, so Reaping the Graves is regularly going to be like a draw 4 or draw 5. Easily a draw 2, like baseline, like easy to do that. You cast it with one
Well,
other
what
spell.
about Tordax with so many creatures?
We could do Tortex, and actually, something I talked about last night is that Tortex's best home is when you have a mixture of creatures that are low curve and lower impact, and higher curve and higher impact, because it feels good to trade a Fairy Seer into your graveyard to get a Vicious Battle Rager. What feels bad is to trade like a Chain Devil for a Vicious Battle Rager. And that's when it's not as good, I think,
Mm.
personally. That's the way I see it. And this deck does have a lower, you know, we have like quite a few creatures that I'd be happy to toss away. So we could do Tortex. Um, Tortured Existence is definitely a good card. You can also like, yeah, there's stuff you can do if your commander ever goes back to your hand.
Well, for a while we were saying that Tordax was criminally underplayed
It is.
in the format. The real sentiment is that it's difficult to find a home for
Yeah, I would say
because
that's a really good point. You really have to build around it. You know, you and I played a game against Nate Diggity one time where he was playing Zhao Dun, and he had Monarch and Initiative in play at the same time, was like looping Chain Devil like twice a turn, and it was like there was actually nothing that we could do at all. Graveyard Hate didn't even matter because you target it and he would just swap it, you know. Islaine says, my new Denethor list is running it. Yeah, I could see that. Speaking of which, I'm really excited about this. Finally, we're going to get a live stream with Brad Drac V on
mm,
Twitter at the Pauper B, Pauper
yeah.
underscore B. He and I have been talking for a long time. 60 card was where we met. And we're going to be doing one, and it's going to be Denethor, which is going to be super exciting because Denethor has three things that you often don't find on a creature. It makes bodies, so it makes the food. It sacrifices them at instant speed, and it has the payoff all in one. WotC
Mm.
is very careful to not put all of the things on one card, and when they do, it's usually pretty broken. Corvold, um, you know, like having all of the things on one thing. Now, Corvold, yeah, I mean, he has all those things, right? So, yeah, they generally don't do that, and when they do, it tends to be busted. Stool Pigeon says, Tortured Existence makes my friends angry, even when it's terrible. Yeah, Tortex is a whole deck archetype in Pauper as well. Islane's testing it. I wish I could loop it infinitely, which is the puzzle I'm working on. Looping it infinitely. So you would have to have some sort of like way to get back, Songs of the Damned.
Hmm.
There is another thing too, which is if you're in the colors for it and you had, um, if you had Dranith Stinger, which is the cycler
Mm,
payoff, right? You could
mm.
actually do that where you would have to have blue, or no, you could actually have red because of what's the
Yeah, the
Archaeomancer? Ardent
um
Elementalist. Ardent
yes.
Elementalist can get back Songs of the Damned. Yeah, that's one way you could do it. That's pretty cool. A little spicier than. Yeah, you should try that. That sounds sweet. Okay, so we've got a better removal package. I don't think we need to go super hard on the removal here.
Counter spells?
Counter spells, right? So Arcane Denial is classic here. And by the way, I wanted to mention, Scooby posted on Twitter about this. This is not the only PDH stream happening right now. There's like 4 of them. So
Really?
yeah, all at the same time. EB Shine and a bunch of other people. So
Huh.
yeah. What do we think about? So we probably
What a world, Ryan. Let's take a moment to revel in that
isn't
shit.
that wild?
2 years ago, what was there?
There was the pals,
Hmm.
which big shout out to the pals. When I was at work today, I was listening to the PDH podcast, which the number 52 was so heartwarming. I was just like, I don't know. I was just cheesing the whole time. It was so cool. Number 52 is their year. It's their
Hmm.
year anniversary of making
Yeah.
52 podcasts once a week. That level of consistency and dedication takes so much work. And now the thing you got to keep in mind is that the whole grind set thing is some, I think a lot, it's a misnomer in a lot of cases, because what you really want to do is figure out what you like to do, and then it's not hard anymore.
Hmm.
And that's what I found here, and I think Clay has found too. Is it's like we don't find this hard to go live and just chat with you and hang out and build decks in front of you and stuff and play games. But they really found something that they like to do and they're good at, and they were just recounting all the things they did, all the decks they built, all the streams they did, or the recorded podcasts, the
24-hour.
3x3s.
I would love to do. Oh, no. You're talking
No,
about
that's
not the
PD.
pals,
Oh
right?
yeah, you're talking about
Yeah.
the pals. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they talked about all the people they interviewed. They mentioned me in some really positive terms, which I was just like, oh, come on, stop. They mentioned you in really positive terms, because we've both been on there. It was really lovely. So make sure, if you're not following the PDH pod, Clay, would you drop a link in the chat for them?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, let's do that. So anyways, all this to say is that Brad's going to be coming on the show. I've been trying to bring in Brad to help me with Minthara for a long time, but Denethor, if you don't know Brad, Brad is like the Orzhov Pontiff. He is the Lord of Extortion, and he loves Orzhov. So Aristocrats is his thing. He's gonna come on the show, and we're gonna figure out how to do Denethor. I love Aristocrats as well. So I was thinking Intervene would be a good card here. I really like Intervene and Confound. What do you think about Confound and Intervene in this deck, Clay?
Yes. The answer
Good.
is yes.
Yeah. Counter. I mean, this is like this is the other Arcane Denial.
Yeah. Draw a card.
Yeah. Um, I just like building in draw to our counter spells when it doesn't cost us more mana. So we have those two. Where are our other ones? Oh, and you know what? Sorry, chat. We've been inflicting this impossible to see view on you. This is the way we really want to do
God,
it.
I just dropped the link for the PDH Pod podcast, and I heard confound, and then you were like, "Hey, what do you think about blah blah blah?" And I was like, brain work.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
yes,
Yes. Yes. Type creature. I just want to see. I want to see
yeah.
what
So
other counter stuff we
So
have.
Steel Pilgin, glad to see Confound getting some love. Confound is in the same, in my mind, is in the same vein as like Stave Off and some of those more
Yeah.
universally like good
They're so good.
spells. And just like with combo being everywhere and having to protect your own stuff, these spells are getting infinitely more valuable as time goes on.
Yo, this card's pretty good here, isn't it? The only thing is it's putting creatures in, but it does find rocks and spells. I think we're
Mhm.
gonna put this one in the sideboard just for now. Um, yeah, Confound is really good. I'm a big fan of Confound. Also a really big fan of this card, even though it looks bad and looks weird. Any deck that plays Cranial Plating. And then the cool thing is you can ninjutsu it back late game, and then you can
Mhm.
recast it and make it bigger, which is really good. So it looks weird. It's like 2 mana, 1/1 flying lifelink. It's suspiciously good.
Mhm.
Um, I like these kicker cards for that reason. Also, Hagra Constrictor is going to give menace to anything with a counter on it. The only thing is we don't really need that because we have flying on so many of our creatures.
Mhm.
So, um, oh, that's interesting. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn,
Put a
no.
counter.
Yeah, I mean, these ones that get bigger passively by drawing another card, that is pretty good, isn't it? This one doesn't have evasion though, whereas this one does. This
So
one,
how are we getting redundancy with our plating?
yeah, that's a good question. I'm just scrolling through the counter stuff because we have 2 proliferate creatures, and I think that we could potentially go deeper. Um, oh, fucking Silumgar Scavenger. Dude, this card is so hardcore. Like 3 power flyer that grows every time another creature you control dies. It's a really cool card in aristocrat decks. This is an amazing card for Denethor if you play that, because like evasion and haste is really strong. It's really good. Kenku Artificer has been pretty gassy in my pod. It blocks a lot of nonsense. Combo is basically non-existent in my play group though. Yeah, Kenku Artificer is really good. It wants to be paired with an indestructible artifact like a Darksteel Ingot
Mhm.
or a Darksteel Citadel or a what's that called? Mistvault Bridge, something like that. The cool thing is we can flicker it actually. Oh,
So how
and
do you
whoa, that artifact has flying. Damn,
nice.
this is like really good. Yeah, I think we like that. And actually, Noyark is a big fan of Kenku. He builds around Kenku in a number of decks because it basically creates a wall of blockers that can't be punched through. And they're attackers too. They fly and they've got counters. Wow, 3 counters. So you can proliferate that. That's nuts. Holy crap. Islane says, I have it in Sivrus, but not Denethor, but that should probably change. I think in Denethor in particular, because Denethor is also a Monarch and Initiative deck at its heart. It produces a lot of bodies, it goes wide, it holds the Initiative and the Monarch really well, and it allows you to make small things big. The other thing is that Denethor can play some of the creature anthems, like the ones that come into play, give a buff to power, maybe a keyword. And so if you thrown those into play, then they're pretty powerful. This is pretty strong too. There's a number of these, like Latinum Adept. I don't know how
Mhm.
often we're going to draw more than 1 card a turn, but that is an option. We'll throw these in the sideboard as something to think about.
How do you feel about emergency weld and or fortuitous find?
Yeah, Fortuitous Find is really good. Fortuitous Find is actually one of the recovery spells that I'm a big fan of in.
Mm. Well,
Um,
emergency weld is a new jumpstart that's similar. It also creates a token.
yes. Um, let's go take a look at those. Emergency Weld brings it indestructible, I think. No, it returns
No,
a card and then you get a 1/1 soldier token. Um,
correct. A soldier artifact token. So as you
that is
recover
artifact.
your, yeah.
We'll throw it in sideboard. I think I don't know if like creature recovery is actually better than spell recovery in this deck because we are gonna have like it kind of looks like we're gonna have more creatures than we will have spells. So a lot of the Archaeomancers are just gonna be
Well,
picking up a counter spell.
it's it's built by you,
That's
so
true.
it's gonna.
No, I mean, you're not wrong. Anybody who's been watching these live streams is going to see that, like, I'm almost never below 25 creatures, and I think
Mhm.
that that's a really good place to be in the format right now. Um,
So this is
oh
this
yeah,
is initially what I was envisioning
what was
for
the?
the value version of this commander. So like you don't necessarily have to play all of the counter spells or all of the draw spells or
No.
all of that because you can as long as you have Flicker on board.
Yep. So this is a really good one here, artifact and creature from the graveyard. Actually, the one that I like better than this one, and we're gonna drop this one to the sideboard because I'll show you why. Return O draw O creature CMC equals 2. This is the one that I think we'd want to play instead, which is resourceful return. Return a creature card and then draw a card if you control an artifact. Um, this one's really good in the black
So
decks that
so
ramp.
the reason why Fortuitous Find is better than this one is in case your plating gets destroyed.
There is that. That's a good point.
Which is why I brought up the emergency weld because the emergency
Oh,
weld is 1 mana cheaper.
that's a
So
good point. We could have one of those in the deck that does double duty.
mhm.
Um,
Because it brings Fortuitous Find brings back Staunch Throne Guard.
oh
It brings
yeah,
back other so I
creature
mean
recursion, good here. You know the crazy thing is
well
that the
I mean well it
Archaeomancers.
brings back a Throne Guard and a creature because
Yeah.
Throne
Oh,
Guard's
a
an
throne
artifact.
guard too. Yeah. How many artifacts do we have that are also creatures? One, two, three, four, four. So four. Okay. You know the cool thing about these recovery effects, and this is something I haven't thought about before, but looking at Archaeomancer as a way to get back creatures, because you get back these things and then they get you your creatures back. That's an order. That's like a value ordering. That means you
Hmm.
can get anything back. Um, That's pretty good. That might be enough to tip me in the direction of fortuitous find. Let's do that. I like that. We'll skip on resourceful for return for now. By the way, a little trick too: if you bring cards into your sideboard or you're considering, you can always give them tags by dragging them over to here. And then what you do is you tag all the things you want, and then you move it into your main deck, and then it just automatically goes into the slots instead of being like 4 mana value, finding it under 4, and then dragging it under the other one. So just keep that in mind. I think Ghastly Gloomhaunter doesn't need to be in this deck. I like it, but Smoke Shroud, how many ninjas do we have? 5.
A 5,
And
yeah.
then how many shapeshifters? 1. That's really not enough. I was
Mm.
almost thinking too, what if instead of the ninjas, we just did like the Keymaster Rogue type stuff, right? Like Cavern Harpy, Keymaster Rogue,
Yeah,
like, and then maybe we keep like this one because it can be life linked. Although at
there's no
that point
evasion.
has no evasion, which in that point I would play the Gloom Haunter instead,
Mm.
right?
So I would suggest
I'm kind of low on these.
ninjas, rogues, and fairies, you probably want to pare down to the most relevant. So either evasion, card advantage, things
Yeah,
that where those effects really matter. I think in my list I only had maybe 3 fairies and a handful of ninjas.
I'm gonna cut the ninjas. We have a lot of flicker effects,
Hmm.
and these ones are reusable. We can flicker these to flicker other things back as well. Um, I it's easy to have too many flickers and to be stuck with all these cards in hand and be like, God, I don't have anything I want to flicker, or it's too tempo negative. The ninjas require the Smoke Shroud. We have to have that, otherwise they're not attacking. And Smoke Shroud is just one card in the deck, right? Like
Hmm.
it's just one card. Um, Kenku Artificer is going to go under 3 mana value. Kenku Artificer is so good that we should probably build around Indestructible. Darksteel Citadel, Mistvault Bridge. Actually, Battle. This Darksteel Axe is kind of interesting because Bone Splitter is a really good deck card in decks where you have lots of evasion.
Mm-hmm.
And Darksteel Axe, we don't really want to turn it into a creature because we want to. It makes it a little bit more powerful, right? It's making it into its own creature and it's giving it one more power. This gives us two. The only
Mm-hmm.
thing with the Kenku Artificer that I'm a little leery on is that, like, how many times are you actually going to put? How many times are you actually going to make multiple indestructible artifacts if all we have is 5 of them and this one is dog shit?
Hmm.
I don't know if that actually if that computes for me. Like, we want Mistvault Bridge, but the only ones I like are these ones, and this one is a big if. You know, it's
Mm-hmm.
like, does this actually replace Network Terminal? Because that's the card we would have to cut. I
No.
don't think it does. Yeah, unfortunately. So I think we're going to cut that one. Let's be disciplined about it. We're getting closer to the thing. Now, one of the things I'm noticing that I really like is that instead of playing draw spells, we're playing creatures that draw. So there's a couple of others that I'd like here. Seagate Oracle. I almost said Seagator Oracle. You can tell them that that was just said. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Seagate
And
Oracle.
like Augur of Bolus.
Yeah, Augur of Bolus isn't going to make the cut because it's
Oh
too
no, no,
narrow.
it's instants and
Yeah.
sorceries. Yep, yep,
hmm
yep, yep.
What about OET? Can you do function ETB? What about OETB? Oh,
No,
that would be
it's
really nice if that was.
O enters. Yeah.
I actually really like the idea of building around ETB draw in this deck instead of spells that do stuff. This is a rogue. This is a Phyrexian Rager with 3 power. It does not have evasion.
Mm.
Um, but the spectacle is pretty easy for us to turn on. Let's throw this one in the sideboard for now. Cloudkin Seer I forgot about. This is one of my favorites. Just a 3 mana, 2 power creature that ETBs and draws. Um, wow, that's expensive. 5 mana. Jeez. Sheesh. Um,
Yeah, the difference between you and me is I always start my search line with order colon CMC.
oh, sure. Yeah. We're doing a pretty broad swath. We definitely want Muldrifter here too. Pondering Mage would be a really cool card for this deck. This is a 3/4. It's a lot of meat on this card. Um, Even Sky Scanner to a degree.
Mm.
Actually, Sky Swimmer Koi is really good here because we have so many rocks.
Oh, whenever an artifact
Yeah.
enters the battlefield. Yep.
This is a card, by the way, that I do not have in TPI. But, like, tell me this isn't, like, one of the most fucked up cards for TPI.
Miscalculation.
I mean, it's been in my sideboard. I just can't find a space for it. But, like, every time you cast a spell, you loot.
How much does it cost?
Loot. 4 mana, 3/3 flying. It's actually like a good body too, you know. Um, yeah, I like that one a lot. Oh, there's the scabs we were talking about. There's Whirlpool Rider.
Hey, shuffle then draw.
That's another way to get a cranial plating back. Oh no, it's not. It doesn't shuffle your graveyard. I was thinking
Mm.
of open your mind or something like that. Clear your mind. Okay, let's look at. I want to see some evasive creatures. So CMC equals 1, function, evasion, type creature. Clay, I haven't been responding to chat. Is there anything there that we've missed? I've been.
Well, Stool Pigeon had said in all of his 3-color, I assume her, in all of their 3-colored blue decks, Kinku ends up in them mostly because you get to play all the bridges. Fortuitous Find is also a much better top deck, which is
Yeah.
true. I'm a huge advocate for Fortuitous Find in every single deck that I can play it in.
Yeah, it's
And
really it's a
then
good card. It's high value. That one and
and
the
then
other one that recovers a creature.
yeah, but and they were kind of carrying on with that. The 2 CMC one is more important for the various tutors. So that way, if you lose your plating, but then you have the 2 CMC tutor, you can go find the thing that gets it back.
Whoa. What is this card? This is so good.
It's a flyer that gives things flying. Lantern bearer.
I'm supposed to be playing this in Rilsa. Wow. Wow. I didn't realize this is a 1-mana 1/1 flying that
Mm-hmm.
also does that when it dies.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. Um, we also have like the unblockable type creatures. Oh, I'm a huge fan of Okiba Reckoner Raid. I think this card is really, really good. It hits the table for 6, and you can flicker it.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow Alley Denizen's cool. Oh, Shrieking Drake is great in this deck. This is our second copy of Cavern Harpy.
Yeah.
Um, Big fan of these unblockable creatures. I think that a lot of the meta right now, if you're in blue-black, it's you really need a good reason to not be running like all of these, because the initiative, the monarch, even during, when I was thinking back to the Sanctuary PDH Open tournament that we played in, um,
Mm-hmm.
there was one particular game where I really wished I'd played Rilsa, where a Parcel Beast player flooded the board with creatures, and they
Oh
literally
yeah,
drew
yeah, yeah.
all of their creatures, and I couldn't swing. I couldn't swing at all. I felt so impotent. I was also drawing lands, which sucked. I just kind of got dicked. But if I'd been playing Rilsa, they would have been fucking dead so long before that, and it ended up in a draw because the two combo players couldn't combo in time, so we went to time. But basically, these cards like breaking
You
board
should have been.
stalls.
You should have been playing that 4-mana 3/3 that loots whenever you cast. Have an artifact, and you could have drawn to an answer.
Oh yeah, I totally could have. And the other version of that too is that does the same thing in that deck, except it's Surveil one, is Cruel
Mm-hmm.
Witness. It's a 4-mana 3/3. Every time you cast a non-creature spell, you Surveil one, and
Mm-hmm.
it's a bird, so it goes great in Murmuring Mystic, which is really fun. It's quite good. It's quite good. Okay, so with these here, there is an incentive to have more fairies. I like Stronghold Confessor because it comes down for 1, it's evasive with Menace, and then you can bring it back, although we're not doing ninjutsu anymore, so that actually starts to look kind of dumb. But I like Shrieking Drake. Um, we're a little lost in the sauce here, but that's okay. We're just accruing cards. Um,
Only to discard them later.
yeah, that's right. Only to get rid of them later. That's right. Oh, Basilica Screecher.
Blighted. Oh yeah,
Blighted Agent, if nothing else, does draw removal. There is that. um, Man, I love the Dothy cards as well. They're so sick. Um, Looking for stuff that might have like an ETB we could reuse, like Fogwalker. This one ices a creature. It's actually technically, if you want to search function, it's function freeze in Moxfield, but we usually call it icing. It's unblockable. It ices something. You can flicker it to ice more things. It carries a cranial plating well because you just swap it at instant speed after they can't block, right? So you skulk, they can't block, and then you swap it in.
yeah. Fog
Um,
of Gnats.
Fog of Gnats is my pet card. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's actually pretty sweet in Rilsa too, because if you give it the power buff, it's regenerating.
Well, it's got that old Urza's art.
Look at that art.
Was
Damn, dude.
Jeff Miracola, is that who that
I think
is?
somebody mentioned in the PDH home base today that like Warhammer 40K didn't really like match up with Magic all that much, and I strongly disagree. If you look at like the old Magic art and even some of the new stuff, it's so metal and it's so grim. Like look at this. It's like this is some like a Wrath of God. The 7. How many plagues were there in the Bible? There was a lot of
7.
them. 7? Oh,
7.
okay.
Yeah.
7 for each day. Is that really it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Huh. Anyways, there's that. We'll just throw this in considering for now. This is what would come in for the Mokutai Ambusher. Oh, Gluttonous Slug. Okay. Let me talk to you guys about initiative, +1/+1 counters, and evolve. Gluttonous Slug, and you didn't see me add it. I didn't mention it, but Cloudfin Raptor. These cards are really, really good because they both have 0 power. If you put our commander into play, it's going to take it from 2 power to 3. If we play any of our monarch cards, it's actually going to add power based on the toughness because they're so big. And we can proliferate the counters. So these are some of the cards that I've actually been most stoked about in Rilsa and in my black aggro decks, because they're like Gluttonous Slug is easily a 4 power menacer for 2, and you can proliferate it. It's an amazing, amazing card. It's so big that even if they can block it, you're going to eat one of their creatures, and they probably won't be able to kill it. Kevorkin Mist. This is like my meme or Murmuring Mystic card. That it's the other blue Anthem, except it's all in one creature.
Yeah.
Looter Core is pretty cool here. It's a rogue. It's 2 mana. It's unblockable. It loots.
Shadow. Yeah.
I like that quite a lot in this deck. I always forget about Nezumi Cutthroat. The fear is basically unblockable. Oh, there's also, oh God, it's going to show up here. We'll see it in a second. It is called Thalicos Seer. Thalicos Seer is blue, 1/1 shadow. When it leaves the battlefield, draw a card.
Stormcrow.
Instad. This is for the pals. Love you, pals.
For the meme.
Yeah. You didn't see that. Wizard spells. We have a rogue, so that's not the same. There, Thalicos. Oh, this is another shadow creature in blue.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that existed. Modern Age is going to be good here too. I think Modern Age, being able to like loot away stuff. The looting is pretty good because we actually get the cards back with the Reaping the Graves and the Fortuitous Find, right?
We'll flip it.
Oh yeah, flip it. Yeah, it's a 2/3 flyer. Yeah, it's great. This is actually my favorite card for Reanimator in 60 card, because you go turn 2 this pit, you go turn 1 cycle a Striped Riverwinder, and then you can exhume it, or you can go Vector Glider, discard it, and then bring it back. You can also discard all sorts of stupid shit like what's that big shark? The spined Megalodon. Oh, Vault Scourge. This is what we want instead of the Ghastly Gloom Haunter, because it's a lifelink flyer.
1 mana.
Yeah, for 1 mana.
1 mana.
Yep.
And it's an artifact.
And it's an artifact. Good point. Yeah, that's really good. I love this card so much. And by the way, there's a really cool printing of this. I was at my shop recently, and I was looking at all of the different cards that have Judge promos and stuff. And that one has a really sick alternate art on it that I want to show you all. Vault Scourge. By the way, this is a yeah,
switch printing.
Cool. It's a 1 mana. Good. This one here, if we go switch printing, check this out. Look at that. It's a $2 foil, and look at this thing. God, that's sick. Another one that has a really cool promo as well as Tormented Soul.
I'm going to check something. Check something real quick.
I just had this thought, which is for folks who are going to RIW Hobbies. I'm really stoked to be doing some card signing. I've got I bought some really nice markers that are like gold leaf markers. So I'll be doing card signings while we're there. And if you're a Patreon member and you are RIW Hobbies, I've already made up some really beautiful foil initiative and monarch tokens. And it's specifically the monarch token with the misprint on it, which I paid extra money for, and I'm going to be giving those to patrons. So if you aren't a patron yet, consider doing so. If you have the resources and the means. Oh, you have it, you dirty dog. Clay, please bring that. Please bring that to Detroit, because they don't have them in my local game store. I'll trade you for it. Basilica Screecher.
I'm trying to remember what deck I used to play. I actually had 4 of them at one time.
Oh, well, there were a lot of decks that used to play this in 60 card.
Yeah.
Shrieking Drake. So Shrieking Drake is essentially replacing our ninjas. And it's evasive. I think that's just way better. Lantern Bearer. We are bloating the deck a little bit here, but I think that considering our curve is actually pretty important. And I like having, like we talked about before, having a wall of blockers and then flyers in the air is a really strong combination. It's a very strong ingredients for success, which is actually taking us more into like Halo Forager is more of a creature with some card advantage on it than it is like anything else, right? It's just like a beater that can do all these other things too. And maybe we're actually maybe we'll pivot a little bit here and we'll do some of this stuff. Like what's our curve looking like right now? We have, yep, we're starting to get that curve. We would like to have more of these. So we'd probably, starting to look like Rilsa. Mizu, welcome. Hey, Ryan and Clay, how y'all doing tonight? Dude, we're doing great. We're having a
Doing
blast
well.
here. I think Clay's probably getting kind of sleepy. It is getting to his bedtime, you know. Daddy Clay's got a bedtime appointment to make.
I'd say you got about 15 minutes.
We're going to continue this on with or without, and we're not going to finish this in time, which is sad. But we will be still here, and we will do that.
Well, here, let's take this next 15 minutes just to kind of review what we have. So that way we can kind of look at the flavor and
I think this is a great way to do it.
Get Daddy's stamp of approval.
Absolutely, yeah. So what we have going on here is a blue-black deck. I don't even know what this is kind of mid-rangey, I would say. It's starting to look more mid-rangey the more I add like 1 and 2 drops to it that are evasive.
It's built by Ryan. So
yeah, surprise. Yeah, we started out with like flicker control and now we're like fully into like mid-range tempo, which is actually this idea of mid-range tempo has been super fun for me lately. Because you're building like your 99 is separate from your commander in a lot of ways. It's like this package you can just put in, and blue-black has so much evasion in it. So what we have is we have a commander that likes to be flickered, that can get spells out of our graveyard or our opponent's graveyard to cast them for value. And the ceiling on this is quite high, right? Like really high. However, we also just have, alongside this evasive curve of creatures, we have some really chunky creatures at the 4 and 5 drop slot that are Monarch and Initiative. And instead of playing a lot of like Ponder, Preordain, draw spells like that, we're actually a lot of our draw and card advantage is just on creatures, which means that as a rate, we're going to get less card draw than we would if we were casting spells, but it's coming on a body, and bodies are useful. And I don't think we're going to have any trouble with card advantage in this deck at all. Like, if we have nothing else to do, we can always cast Halo Forager and, like, I don't know, take a Thought Cast out of somebody's graveyard or something. We have the Archaeomancers, and we have a really cool pairing here of Archaeomancers with Reaping the Graves and Fortuitous Find, where we can actually use the Archaeomancers to get back creatures, because we get back a creature recovery spell, and then we get creatures back with it, which is great. We really like that. This is a cool package that I haven't done before. Very excited about that. We have a removal package. We have a big ramp package, which, you know, like as we go deeper into this lower curve, some of this stuff, maybe like the Urgolem's Eye and the Sisay's Ring could leave. I think these are starting to look kind of awkward as we reduce the curve down. We've moved from like a big mana deck to a deck that's like kind of mid-rangey. We have a lot of unblockable stuff in the deck, and the goal is to win with Cranial Plating or flickering a Gary, or just killing people. Yeah, killing people in combat. Like, you don't have to deal 90 damage in a game. That's a misnomer. You only need to deal probably like 30 or 40.
Because other people are doing damage too.
Exactly. Now, I will say the Dream Spoiler Witch is starting to look weird because we actually don't have a lot of ways to cast stuff during our opponent's turn. So we'll get rid of that. Drawing cards each turn we probably could get, but these are a little chunky and they're not on rate, you know. They don't have evasion either. And Blade Juggler, it does not have evasion. Philology Archaeologist, we have too many creatures. Okiba Reckoner Raid is a rogue, I should mention. So we'll put that one in there. It's also flickerable. I'm a big fan of this card. This card got poo-pooed so much by the 60 card people, and they just don't get it. It's really good. I think Pondering Mage isn't going to make the cut. We've got better 5-drops that draw more cards.
Yeah.
Mole Drifter is evasive and it draws us cards. So, yeah, we like that. This is 3 mana. Actually, it's a 5 mana creature, and it's a 3 mana draw spell. Can also flicker it with the ETB on the stack. Anybody in chat, Clay, that I haven't responded to while I'm all hyper focused on this?
So there's actually a really good question. So I was waiting for. So the comment that Mizo had made is with regard to the dealing damage. Make the aggro deck deal 90 damage by playing life gain only, which is astute and relevant.
I love that strategy.
But Stool Pigeon actually asked a very, very good question that's probably going to eclipse my my visitation, and that is: are there any cute cards to play alongside the Forager? Any sort of dumb spells that have additional costs that we can sidestep?
That's a great question.
Which is a really great question.
Whoa, so the Deadly Dispute type stuff are cracked. Wow. And we have a lot of creatures. Ooh, do we play Abjure? I think we could. Just like throw away a creature.
How many blue permanents do you have?
A lot. I like this counterspell a lot. It's yeah. Oh wow, so like Corrupted Conviction. That's a very cheap draw spell, right? 1 mana, draw 2, and then no downside. This one right here is actually is also really good. Deprive we probably want anyways. Oh shit.
Lash of the it's a sorcery speed though.
Right, it is, but the but if you don't have to pay the cost, the ones that sack artifacts are kind of interesting then. God, I love Mockrit Behemoth. Just bask in the glory of this Chad 7/6 menace. I don't know that they... Do they?
So yeah, it's this weird thing about so mana costs. Do you have to pay the alternative costs?
Are we sure about that? I'm not sure that I'm. Share
to
discovery.
The internet.
Yeah, somebody do a check on that for me and for Clay. So I heard your discussion about CPDH as a format. Do you think CPDH is a good entry point looking for someone to switch from casual EDH? Absolutely. I could wax poetic about this, but I think I feel very strongly, spending a lot of time in this space, that CPDH is one of the best forms of Magic, one of the best formats of Magic there is. And the reason for that has a lot to do with its accessibility. If a person has played Draft or Sealed or Limited, they're going to be really familiar with a lot of cards that otherwise they haven't played for. It's a common thing in the home base to see somebody be like, oh, I used to play this in blank, 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 right? Like I used to play this in Limited. So limited accessibility is huge. The price of the decks is a huge incentive. I mean, Cardoor is a kind of expensive deck, and that's because of the Snowlands and like Scred, Terminate, some of that other stuff. And that one isn't even $100. Most decks are like sub 25. If they're not sub 25, they're definitely sub 50. So the ability to have a lot of decks is great, which means you never get into that feel bad of like, oh, I have this deck that is no longer viable. It's multiplayer. It's highly interactive. It's inexpensive. It's super spicy. I mean, you get 4,600 commander options with the partners. That's 3 times as much as Commander.
Mm-hmm. Also, the days of viability. So, for example, Spectre, Puzzle Spectre list.
Sidrax's Spectre?
Sidrax's Spectre back in the day was very efficient and was a meta buster basically.
Yeah.
And it doesn't necessarily fit into today's meta because as things have become more fleshed out, what the nice thing about that fleshing out does is makes the meta more stable and these decks last longer into perpetuity. So yeah, previously, like a year ago, like okay, maybe there would be some shifts where things wouldn't be as viable. For a while there, we had Wall of Denial. I know that sounds strange, but
That was a meta
at
buster.
at the time that was a meta buster.
Yeah, because
So
what did it block?
everything
It blocked Crackling Drake.
it did.
So the village rights effects are not going to happen based on what we just heard here.
Hmm.
Um,
Okay.
but yeah, so okay, so anyways, we've gone over the cards, basically the concept of the deck. To wrap it up, we're gonna continue on. Clay is gonna go to sleep, and we're gonna continue. But core of the deck, mid-range deck, evasive beater, flyer, bunch of evasive creatures, tons of good targets for cranial plating, and a flicker plan that allows us to recover both creatures and spells, and a high creature density, a high creature count, instead of playing non-creature draw spells. We may actually play like Lorien Revealed or something because it's just such a good card, but like
Hmm.
backed up by a good ramp package. And we have some ways to lock down the initiative and the Monarch with Flood, Downsize, and Darkness. But ultimately, this is an initiative Monarch deck that kills with evasive creatures and a cranial plating while blocking with a bunch of like thick initiative Monarch creatures. So I think that's a good synopsis of it. Um, yeah, hope that explains
Sweet.
things. Well, Clay, my dude,
Yeah.
this is a really cool deck. I'm super glad that you brought this. It was a very you must have been peeking into my Google Keep where I keep all my keep all my ideas about decks I want to build because this was on the list. So I'm
Mhm.
really glad you brought it. And chat, you guys wish Clay a good night. Daddy's got to go get his rest. So
So the next one, when we do this, and like it'd probably be after RAW. The next one, I don't have it picked yet, but I will be looking for something that will be so out of Ryan's comfort zone. I don't know what it is yet, but we're gonna find it, and we're gonna.
Clay tried to do something out of my comfort zone, and then it just became mid range again.
So
I mean, in all honesty, the funny thing is that I'm probably like, there's not a ton of people building mid range in CPDH. I think I'm a bit of an
mm,
enigma. Um, and so, yeah, we can always use more. It's not a
okay,
bad thing.
all right,
Clay,
my
you have a good
favorite
night,
people.
dude.
Until the next time, good night, good luck, have all the fun. We'll talk to you soon.
Good night, dude. See ya.
Mhm.
All right, chat. Got to do some adjustments here real quick. Get everything back in order. There we go. Get the chat nice and big so you guys can, people who watch later on, can see the chat as it comes in. Like so. There's so many silly, janky things you have to do sometimes in OBS to make things work. But here we are. Um, in fact, all of my OBS is just pure jank. So not a lot of love for red green. I would say that's true. Red green is in a bit of a tough spot because you really it struggles with maintaining like parity on resources. Um, there are more ETB draw cards. You do have the Monarch and the Initiative, which help a lot. Staunch Throne Guard and Trailblazer's Torch are also good. But it lacks some of the things that I like in other colors. Like blue, you get a lot of evasion. Black, you got a lot of evasion and card draw and kill. Red does give you removal, but I think red green, there's just not a lot of commanders that are like super appealing to people. And that's just the way it is. I mean, it's not that it's bad. It's just that it does have some limitations that we have to keep in mind. So let me real quick here. I got to turn down my music a little bit. It's kind of grating on me. Man, all I want to. You ever get that thing where you just all you want to do is like listen to one song over and over again? You get like a brain worm around a certain song. Mine right now is BFG Division, which is BFG Division is a song from Mick Gordon. It is a song off of the Doom Eternal soundtrack. And the song, it just slaps so hard. I can't handle it. And I wish I could not get a DCA strike or a demonetization kind of a thing, and play it for you guys on live stream, but I can't, not yet, until we figure out some other way to do it. Um, but last night during the Cardoor Doom Scourge, uh, I started out the stream by like headbanging to this, and it was really fun for me, even though for watchers there was no audio. So people who go back later, they got to look in the description to see the little link to the song, because the song goes hard as fuck. Ah, I'm such a metalhead. Okay, 24 cards to cut. We've got kind of the core of the deck that we want here. We just fill out some of these like cheaper slots here. Fogwalker, we can probably... yeah, let me all know if you also are like a dirty metalhead, because I think this shit absolutely fucks. Thalacoseer, we could do Cloudconseer definitely. Ugh, so savage. Okay, Dream Thief. Where did Thalacoseer just go? Wait, or where did that card just go? I just put it under the wrong slot, I think. I would cut some 1-for-1 removal. I think we're not going to cut any removal because we actually don't have that much of it, and that's a little scary to me. I think having like 8 counter spells and 10 removal spells is probably where we want to be, and we're well under that, so we're actually going to have to cut other stuff to get to that number, because we are a mid-range deck, and while we have pressure, it's not overwhelming, and so we need a way to basically like apply pressure um, while also like interacting with stuff. So you can recur it from the graveyard. Yeah, so we do have ways to recur it. That's a good point. Those cards all kind of represent like +1 of any other spell that we want. I'm going to take this moment here real quick to use the bathroom, and then I'll be right back. Stick with us. We're going to finish this deck up, and then we'll kind of see what next after that. Check back with you in a sec. Okie dokie. And we're back. I've got some popcorn started here. Popcorn for my own show. Yeah, the chat overlay. Okay, so I wish I could show you guys how janky it is. I've asked other content creators how they do this, and the reality is that I have a window capture set to the pop out of the YouTube live stream. So actually, here there's a way to do this here. If I go, let's see, how do I? Let's see, edit, view. How do I unminimize? File. Shoot. Basically, it's kind of janky, and every time I click on my OBS, it it puts the OBS on top of the YouTube overlay, and if the YouTube overlay is below it, or if the Discord overlay for Clay's face or my co-host face is underneath my OBS, it won't translate, which is really frustrating and annoying for me. But it just is the way it is. There's no minimize. Where's minimize? Windowed? Oh, okay. Huh. View full screen interface? View. Damn. I don't know. How can I get this to like, because I want to resize it so that I can put the YouTube on the side. Anyways, it's just one of those annoying things. We could try like a window capture. Actually, we could try this window capture OBS YouTube chat. Sorry to do this while we're. Oh, you can't. You can't. This is just like some of this shit's so janky, and it's like literally I've asked like professionals about this, and there's not a good way to deal with it. So it is what it is. Ghastly Gloomhaunter is going to go into life gain here. Ghastly Gloomhaunter is also going to 2 mana value. These lifelink creatures are an important, like if we do function, evasion, O lifelink type creature. What'll come up with is these ones here. Dagger Dome Imp is another one we could play. Basically, like the ability for a mid-range deck to gain a lot of life over the course of the game is really important, and these are ways that you can do that. I think we're going to take out Thalacoseer because you have to flicker it for it to give you value. Fogwalker, I think we can get better 2-drops for that, and we've got a pretty dense 2-drop slot. We have to cut 22 cards. It's actually going to come out of ramp. We're going to cut quite a bit of ramp here. I don't think we need Network Terminal because we already draw a lot of cards. Honored Heirloom, we already have a lot of Graveyard Hate. We could actually cut all of our 3-drop rocks like that. Now, it does take us to 13 mana rocks, which is no longer that great for Cranial, but 13 mana rocks probably translates to, like, on average, 2 in play. We need more removal. We might need another more counterspell. I don't think Tortex is actually going to keep in the deck right now. I don't think that's gonna work. As our curve gets lower, cards that make colorless mana start to look worse, like Thought Vessel and Prismatic Lens. You know, the thing is the initiative and being able to go through the initiative and drawing off Monarch is actually going to hit our land drops really nicely. So that's going to be clutch. Okay, what cards can we cut? Modern Age is good. Looter Ilkor is good. Meeting of Minds is good, but it's also... Meeting of Minds is not going to feel that great when we're playing out our early creatures. But again, if we're playing out creatures and we keep playing them, then like, why do we need to draw cards? And we can always like end step with our blockers, tap them down, and then Meeting of Minds. So I think that's good enough. How many humans do we have? Probably not that many. 9. That's not enough to play of one mind. I also cut Shared Discovery because Shared Discovery is you have to tap down 4 creatures to make it work. Edicts right now, I think we cut Vraska's Fall just because we have curfew, so we have a creature and a non-creature way to flicker, and curfew has value for us to be able to reuse a spell stutter sprite or something along those lines. How good is spell stutter sprite? How many fairies do we have? 8. That's enough. That's plenty. And so actually, the cool thing is we have more counter spells in this deck because of spell stutter sprite, and we can tutor for it with these tutors right here. Yeah, counterspell for 2 is prohibit, and that's pretty good. If it's 3, then it starts to become really good. The fact that it's reusable is strong. Seagate Oracle is a little bit sad because it doesn't have evasion. A lot of draw spells here. Card like Theft of Dreams could potentially go. There could be an argument for like Rush of Knowledge because we have like this chonky top end. A Rush of Knowledge drawing like 4 or 5 cards is pretty good. But I think Siphon Mind does a pretty good job of that. Theft of Dreams is kind of conditional. I think we can play a better draw spell than that. And look, 18 draw spells is a lot paired with this right here. 13 cuts. It's funny. We went into this with like this big mana thought here. But I could see myself casting this on turn 3, not getting anything with it, and just beating down. Because like big mana and cheap creatures, evasive creatures, don't really go well together. That's why Rilsa Rail doesn't play any mana rocks anymore. It just plays 35 or 36 lands. And actually lately I've been doing a lot of that. Just instead of playing mana rocks, it's like instead you're playing just enough lands that you're going to hit them. And with initiative as dense as it is in this deck, we're going to have no trouble hitting our lands. Stronghold Confessor can go. We don't have like traditional counterspell in here, but did I do this wrong? The Proliferate sub-theme is very good. I'm really happy with that right now. We actually have a lot of +1/+1 counter stuff in here. The Throne, Forge and the Initiative both put counters on things, which is great. We have Planner Incision puts counters on things. We could actually also play Teferi's Time Twist, which does mean that Halo Forager can only pick up an instant at that point, but that's fine. Because Teferi's Time Twist does put that counter down. There's also, in here, there is the Seba Cryptomancer, which backs up. We have the Gluttonous Slug with Evolve. We have Ghastly Gloomhaunter with the Kicker. We have... those are the main ones. The other thing is that the Proliferate effects are just on creatures that we're like happy to cast because they're evasive creatures. The one that's not as good is the 3-mana one, Guildpact Informant. It is a fairy, though. It's a fairy rogue. Every time it deals damage, proliferate. You know what, though? There's a lot of ETB proliferate cards. And just proliferate cards in general. Like this one right here. You can, when it enters the battlefield, tap it if you do proliferate, and it's a 2/5, which is pretty cool. Mesmerizing Dose. The fact that it's an aura is a little bit funky because it doesn't really work with our game plan that great. Vivisurgeon's Insight is actually a great card to be playing instead of Siphon Mind. Proliferate's a really, really good mechanic when you're playing Initiative. Because when you're playing Monarch and Initiative, you also oftentimes want like evasive creatures to be able to get in over the top to either get it back or to get it and then know that you always have it and then hide behind your wall of Monarch and Initiative creatures while you like hit people. It's really strong. I don't know that we'd play something like Augury because this just isn't like the kind of card that we're playing. But we could, you know, it's just that we're kind of in that cutting phase of cards right now. This Anatomist here is interesting. It is a 2/5, which is a good body for blocking. And it can be ETB proliferates pretty sick too, because we can flicker. Fall from Favor, I think, is going to be pretty good. It's like a removal spell, you know, on a card advantage engine, which is really good. Man, Gulping Scrap Trap is a really cool card in Conductor of Cacophony as well. If we were to play anything, it would be mainly Anatomist, Augury, maybe Mesmerizing Dose, definitely Vivisection's Insight though. Vivisector's Insight. Vivisurgeon's Insight. How many times can I get that wrong? What's our curve looking like? Yeah, curve's looking real nice. Nice bell curve there. It's funny, like ironically, the rocks are starting to look really awkward. It's funny because in a lot of ways, if you cut the rocks, then this kind of looks like a Baleful Strix deck. You could totally just swap in Baleful Strix in this deck, like no problem. The difference here is that instead of drawing a card, we're paying one more mana. It doesn't have Death Touch, but it is a 3/1. And it is a fairy, which turns on these fairy synergies a little bit more. And it allows us to get anybody's spell, which is a little more flexible. And we should keep in mind that because we have this, we're never going to have a problem with card draw because we can always get card draw from other people, right? So maybe part of what we need to do here, like we could cut the rocks, we could lean down on draw a little bit. Fall from Favor might be one of the cuts, although this is a really powerful spell. Yeah. Like the fact that we can get other people's spells back is really good. So we're cutting Thoughtcast for sure because we don't have artifacts anymore, or not a lot of them. And if we get rid of artifacts, then Cranial Plating gets a little bit worse. But we could also play Bone Splitter alongside all this stuff. Bone Splitter is great with these evasive creatures, having a 3-power Changeling Outcast. That's 10% of somebody's life every time you hit them with it. And if you put it on like a Keymaster Rogue, that's 6 damage. Which is a ton. The tutors get worse without Cranial Plating. That's true. We don't have a lot of artifacts anymore. Yeah, it's possible maybe we cut everything but Dimir Infiltrator, because Dimir Infiltrator is still unblockable. And then it can tutor up. It can still tutor up a lot of useful stuff. Like, what can it tutor up? How many things does it tutor up? Cavern Harpy. So I think what we're seeing here is that there's 2 builds of the deck. One where you go low curve like this and you have like a tempo, sort of, not tempo, but like tempo usually translates to like mid-range in this deck. You have kind of like this mid-range, like aggressive 99 with a grindy commander and then some grindy elements packed in here. Without the mana rocks, like the Displace, Blur, like Blur could probably go. We don't probably need that. Planner Incision, Displace, Ghostly Flicker is plenty. But if we cut the rocks, go up on 2 lands, maybe 36, because we are going to want to hit our land drops, then we're kind of just like playing on curve. But then it does become harder to like cast some of these things. So maybe there's like instances where you feel like these are kind of dead in hand. You know, like a lot of chonky stuff without ways to ramp them out. A little bit of tension there. There's the like the late game deck, and then there's the mid game deck. And I think either one of them are perfectly reasonable. But if we cut the rocks, added 2 more, we would be at we would get ourselves down to 104. How many pips is Gary getting at this point? Not a massive amount. Not a massive amount. The thing is that Gary gains you so much life. So like Gary, even if it's just like 5, yeah, no, you're not wrong. You know, we could go, you know, we could shift some of the lower curve stuff to 1 drops. Maybe we skip, I mean, it wouldn't be here, it would be in the 2 drops. Like Looter Ilkor could be another 1 drop black creature. Modern Age doesn't necessarily need to be here. This is a very slow card. I think we are going to cut that. And then let's cut Looter Ilkor. Let's get some, so function, evasion, CMC equals 1 type creature. Yeah, these are good points, Stool, for sure. Looter is a lot worse without plating. Yeah, I mean, they're all... We're going to swap plating for Bone Splitter, I think. Although plating only needs 1 other artifact in play for it to be as good, if not somewhat better than Bone Splitter, because you can swap it mid-combat to like push damage. But let's get some more unblockable blue things in here, or black things. So the ones I'm thinking of are, yeah, like Prickly Bogart is one example. Shadow Alley Denizen, but this one takes black creatures entering the battlefield to get the trigger. It's a mono black card. Tormented Soul. It's okay that these don't block. It's perfectly fine because we have lots of other blockers. Okay. That's a good shift there. We actually lowered our curve even further by doing that. And it has 2 pips. Yep. And even if we're looking at 3 drops that are evasive, we could even say, oh, Fog of Gnats. Oh, okay. As a creature, it has 2 black pips. Regenerates. Yep, for sure. This is like, it looks a lot like Rilsa, except that we have a flicker package, and like a lot of the elements are really similar, except we have a flicker package, and our command zone is not as aggressive and not as defensive either. Rilsa is very defensive. Yeah, Fog of Gnats is pretty cool. I actually might consider that for some other decks that I have, where, like Passageway Seer, where you put the counters on it, Rilsa, where you make it a 6/1 with the trigger. Those are all like good uses of it. Okay, my intuition is telling me to go up on this. And by the way, you can go Alt-1 to add cards or Alt-2 to remove them. We're going to keep the Nightscape Familiar and the Stormscape Familiar because they're still evasive. Like, they're just good creatures. Like, Nightscape Familiar can block forever. We have a pretty good balance of black and blue here. But let's... Oh, we don't have Trinket Mage. Trinket Mage finds lands. It can be flickered. It can get Aether Spellbomb. It could get Everflowing Chalice if we wanted to do that. We could get... Oh, Secret Door. I really like Secret Door. Because then we have a mana sink. So yeah, if we did that, that would be... So maybe... Okay, so let's just get radical about it. We're going to cut Signet, Felwar Stone, Mind Stone. Nightscape Familiar is better for the cards that we have in the deck, but it's not evasive. Ornithopter of Paradise can go to... So let's cut down to that. Okay, now Cranial Plating is just abjectly bad in the deck, so let's cut it. Springleaf Drums. Yeah. Generally speaking, if I was having Springleaf Drum for the purpose of tutoring it with Trinket Mage, I would find Everflowing Chalice in probably most of the cases, because Everflowing Chalice, like you take a turn off to cast it big, cast it for like 6. Or if you have 7 mana, you can cast it for 6 and then cast a 4-drop like an initiative or a monarch creature. So Everflowing Chalice feels like the superior card there. But if we don't have Trinket Mage, we won't play Chalice. We should have Aether Spellbomb in the deck. The card is so good. Same with Executioner's Capsule, which we could also play. But just like these onboard stacks effects, kind of, quote unquote stacks. We don't technically need. No, these are all good. These are fine. Yeah, Trinket Mage is amazing. It's a good flicker target too. It doesn't attack. It's mainly a blocker, but it does have a lot of uses that are good. Finding a land too is like innocuously very strong. Like a Seat of the Synod, Vault of Whispers, Mistvault Bridge, something like that. Now that we don't have artifacts and we don't have cranial plating, Fortuitous Find isn't good anymore. So we'll drop that. Now we have Reaping the Graves is our main recursion spell, which we can loop with these to get back like our 42 creatures. It's a lot of creatures. It's a lot of creatures. We could cut Planner Incision and just play Displace and Ghostly Flicker. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is that Trinket Mage doesn't demand a lot. All you need is a, Bone Splitter, maybe Nihil Spellbomb or Tormod's Crypt, the artifact lands, Aether Spellbomb. It doesn't ask a lot of you. So I like that. I think Bone Splitter is actually quite good. Bone Splitter can be in the deck for sure instead of Cranial Plating. Everflowing Chalice is really dependent on Trinket Mage. Because Trinket Mage on 3-4 mana Everflowing Chalice is a pretty nice sequence. It kind of sets you up nicely for the rest of the game. The tutors, we don't need these anymore, right? Like these don't find a whole lot. Muddle the Mixture finds stuff, but like, I don't know how much we care. Yeah, these don't feel good anymore. Dimir Infiltrator can stay because it's unblockable, and it's a 1/3. We don't have Pestilence in here, and frankly, and like Crypt Rats, and while a lot of our stuff would die to it, we actually have a lot of stuff that doesn't die to it as well. Kills our commander. I think we're, instead of playing Pestilence and Crypt Rats, we're playing Darkness, Downsize, and Flood. Crypt Rats is something where you can reuse with Reaping the Graves, which is cool, but it feels a little counter to our game plan. We're like not the problem at the table, generally speaking, although the initiative and the Monarch is going to draw attention to us. But like we're not like Rilsa, where we're like snowballing really hard. You mentioned the Treasure Makers, Ceremonial Knife, Prying Blade, Gold Vein Pick. Those are all good cards, and they do act like ramp while buffing up our creatures, which is definitely something we could consider. So instead of playing ramp, we play those to like get us up the curve. I mean, there's even an argument for that in like Rilsa, and where you like have those pieces of equipment as well. Particularly if you're playing Trinket Mage, then you want Prying Blade because it's 1 mana, or maybe it's Gold Vein Pick. I can't remember. Ceremonial Knife is 1 mana as well, I think. Is it? Let's take a look. Yeah, it is 1 mana. Wow. The other thing is like Trinket Mage, do we really need it? It's like these spells are not they're not like crucial for the deck to function. I actually, instead of Ceremonial Knife, I like the Rampers a little bit more. Like getting a lot of treasures in play is pretty cool. Prying Blade and Ceremonial. Yeah, so Prying Blade is one we would do. I just don't think we need the looting very much. We have card advantage out the fucking wazoo with Halo Forager. I mean, this thing is it's gonna grab spells and they're gonna be really good. You know, it's like we can get lots of stuff with this. Lots of stuff. Might even be able to get a Ghostly Flicker, you know, in some cases. So even our Graveyard Hate here, this is more about having the creature. We'll have Bajuka Bog as well. Everflowing Chalice is increasingly feeling weird. We're not going to play Trinket Mage. Bone Splitter we are going to do. Prying Blade and Gold Vein Pick do appeal to me. Because they're going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of ramp, and we can use that mana in a lot of ways in this deck. So let's try Prying Blade as well. And it's funny because, you know, we're leaving the Cranial Plating plan, but I think we're actually going onto something that I like more. Cranial Plating is a good card, but you have to build around it, and we're building out of it right now. We just don't really need it anymore. What are the... So when you do the change mana value on a card here, change mana cost, how do they list it? So why is this not working? I'm looking for counter spells that are a mana value 2 that have a colorless pip. Because we are splashing. Dispersal Shield, pretty good card. It's pretty damn good. It's one of my favorite counter spells that we play in this format. Oh, Lofty Denial. That's a good one too. We'll throw that in for now. We probably don't have room for it, but these counter spells are going to be really nice too for like protecting our investment, which I'm happy about. You know, protecting our creatures. By investment, I mean our creatures, because we have so many of them. We have ways to stop people from doing things that hurt us, which is where counter spells are like better than removal in that case, is that you can stop people from stopping you. And we have such a crazy board state that we build up that it's going to be kind of hard to attack us. Yeah, we don't need a whole lot more than that. So let's go back. Lofty Denial is pretty good. We could play that instead of Deprive. Because we are 50-50 on pips, like our pips do matter. Deprive allows us to reuse Mystic Sanctuary, which can get back certain things, but we have 21 instants and sorceries, which is, you know, a fifth of the deck. So 1 out of 5 cards is an instant or sorcery, whereas 40% of them, almost half of them, are creatures. You mentioned Halo Forager also doesn't want a lot of permanent mana, but it definitely wants to have a lot of mana the 1 or 2 times you cast your commander. Yeah, I agree. I think that's where the Prying Blade is going to be really good. And we should probably play the Gold Vein pick as well. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. I think there's a lot of synergy with this, and it's actually making me rethink... It's making me rethink in Rilsa whether these are something I want as well. Because we do play Trinket Mage in that deck. Oop. I fucked up. It's capitalized. I wish this was not cap sensitive, but it is. 8 cards we need to cut. I'd like to have a 10th removal spell here. I think we can cut Deprive. We're not going to be doing Deprive locks, I don't think. And Dispersal Shield is more easily splashable. Dispersal Shield is going to be a powerful counterspell with the chunky like top end we have. You know, if it's like 7, 15, 23 permanents with like mana value 3 or more, which means it's better than Prohibit in most cases. And then Lofty Denial is counter for 4. How many flying creatures do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, it's a lot. Plus our command zone. This is always on. And counter for 4 is pretty good. I think that's like good enough to go into. Now we don't care about the artifacts. Resourceful return as well. Gataxian Anatomist is nice because it's an ETB flicker, and it's the only proliferate ETB flicker that is appealing to me. And I like the idea that we could flicker, because flicker encounters is like a really strong form of card advantage, or like resource advantage, right? You're able to take the things in play and make them bigger. So like then this becomes like, if you have one of these Archaeomancers, you flicker Anatomist and the Archaeomancer to get the flicker back, and you ETB to flicker and like buff up your board, basically. It might seem weird, but like even Siphon Mind feels unnecessary to me right now, and the reason being is like other people are giving us things that we can draw off of, right? Soul Manipulation, there's a lot of creatures. Yeah, Soul Manipulation is great. Soul Manipulation allows us to get back our Spell Stutter Sprite. Yeah, Soul Manipulation is pretty sweet. It's limited to only targeting creatures, which I'm not as into. It's not acting as protection as well, but it is like a lot of value. It's kind of like Dream Fracture, except that you're getting a creature back, and all of these creatures are like pretty freaking good. And we can get it back with Scrivener to get back more. Yeah. These effects are going to be awesome. We have so many good cards in here, like Darkness and Downsize. There is a world where we cut. Let's see, how much black is in the deck now? How many pips do we have? It's actually quite a bit more now that we've adjusted it. So, oh, we don't have Oubliette in here. We should play Oubliette. And actually, for our kill spells, we want to be cognizant of the fact that that we're really trying to focus on non-double black. So maybe we want. Oh, we need Echoing Truth and Echoing Decay. Both cards. That's what's going to come in for Victim of Night and Grasp. Echoing Truth and Echoing Decay are some of the better removal spells in the format right now, because they. Oh, that's Echoing Return. Whoops, that only plays in Rats decks. Because they. Oh, I don't have Decay. I like Soul Manipulation. I definitely want to think about that one. But basically, these cards are, they're like good answers to, computer's so slow. God, chat, I need a new computer so bad. It's like really starting to get pretty tragic. Pretty tragic up in here. This computer was like a good computer like 8 years ago. And it had the finest parts from 8 years ago. And now it is just bogged down and slow. Any day now, any day. I'm not trying to curse it, but I think Dimir Infiltrator can go. We're no longer tutoring for anything that really is super important. I like the 10 removal spells. Is there anything else like creature ETB-wise that we could flicker that would give us another lock piece? Like... what are some things that we could... Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh my. Yeah. Faceless Butcher. If you don't know about this card and you're playing black, you need to put it in your deck. There's not a lot of black decks you don't play this in, because even aggressive black decks still have the initiative and sometimes the Monarch in it, but mainly the initiative. So you can flip this into play off Throne of the Dead 3. And the fact is, if you target opponent's commanders, you're like either flush with removal with like 5 removal spells in hand or 3 removal spells, or you're a psychopath if you allow your commander to stay underneath the Butcher. Because like you could see a world where somebody does that and then they try to kill the butcher and we counterspell it and their commander is permanently stuck underneath the faceless butcher. So usually what people do is they send it to the command zone. But we can also flicker this. This is a flicker removal, which is better than the Eladrin by a lot. There aren't a lot of like creature removal. There's not a lot of Ravenous Chupacabras in the format. The Eladrin is good, and I like the idea of having another, ETB bounce. I think Runaway Together is potentially a card we could cut, and then we could bring the Eladrin back in. We don't have a ton of instant speedway. Function. Let's take a look here. Yeah, Anoint with Affliction's pretty good in this because it's a Doomblade too. Final Flourish is a card I really like right now because it's it kills a Dargo, it kills a Gut, it kills just about anything, but it is sack a creature or an artifact, and we don't want to sack our creatures. Gulf Squid, it's pretty awful, but hey, they sort of lock piece. Interesting. I'll look that up in a second here. This is an interesting card. Phases out anything. Instant speed. Oh, Resculpt. Now, Resculpt isn't actually as good in this deck because we don't have a lot of artifact rocks. And what's nice about this is when you have a commander that stonewalls the 4/4, so they attack other people, or when you have lots of mana rock, and when you have lots of mana rocks, so you can turn into a 4/4. So it's like unconditional removal. That's like, yeah, pretty good card. Is Tempt good here? Kinda, yeah. Most of our stuff has evasion though, so I don't think that's like super crucial. You Come to a River is pretty cool, but it's not really what we want in the deck. I think we do want Runaway Together, and we might even want Withdraw. Return a creature and then return one of your own. You target it and then you just don't pay the one. Or you target two creatures when somebody's tapped out and you bounce two of their creatures. All of those are pretty good. Pact Disdain is a card I did not know existed for a long time, but this is a really good card if you're playing like elves or some sort of tribal zombies kind of thing. This will definitely go in Narfi when we play that, but it also like Abomination of Llanowar. Okay, I think we made some good gains there with the Doomblade and the Anoint with Affliction. Agony Warp is a card that's traditionally played in Dimir decks because it kind of like fogs one thing so that you can line up a good block on it and kills another, which is pretty cool. So we'll throw that in for now. We're adding cards when we want to be cutting, but what we're really doing is we're finding what we can cut here. So Aether Spellbomb is flexible. We can bounce our own thing with it, which is really nice. We're not going to play these Proliferate cards, unfortunately. I think that we've got two Proliferate cards and they're good. We could not play Siphon Mind and play Insight, but I'm like on the verge of cutting Siphon Mind anyways, because like when we need to refill, we'll use Halo Forager to get a spell out of somebody else's graveyard. You know what I mean? Let's try it. We're going to experiment with this. We're not going to play any draw spells like that. Yeah, Siphon Mind is still such a good card though. Even at 4 mana draw 2, it's not as good there for sure. But generally speaking, it's 3 mana or 4 mana draw 3, which is great. This is removal. Anoint with Affliction is pretty good here. I like this card a lot. Agony Warp. It just depends on what you're concerned about and what you're trying to kill when you're thinking about your kill spells. Because we don't have Trinket Mage, we could drop Aether Spellbomb, but it's a very flexible card. So the ones that we're never cutting are Faceless Butcher, Oubliette, because we can flicker Oubliette. Go for the Throat, Echoing Truth, Echoing Decay. Those are all staying. Anoint with Affliction can be a replacement for Cast Down. We don't have a lot of way to deal with Dargo. We have Snuff Out, Aether Spellbomb, Doomblade, Echoing Truth, Go for the Throat, Run Away. Fall from Favor could come out. Yeah, this card almost always comes out of my deck, so I'm not really sure. Because like it is 3 mana, like turn somebody's commander off from attacking and then draw a card for a long time, which is good. Ooh, we don't have Dispel. Dispel is better than Abjure. And we could actually play Dispel instead of Lofty Denial. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. We have so much card advantage. It's like it doesn't look like it, like 13, 5 of these. But like so many of our creatures are like drawing us cards or allowing us to reuse them. It's like card advantage baked into the deck in a slightly different way. The flickers are card advantage. Every card here that draws a card is card advantage. The proliferate is a form of resource advantage. I really want to try out the Lantern Bearer, so I don't think we're going to cut that. Canal Courier is starting to look a little expensive. It's the most expensive card in the whole deck. And we have more removal than I want to be playing now too. So we'll cut Lofty Denial, and then we'll cut... is it Cast Down or Anoint with Affliction? I think it's Cast Down. And then Agony Warp is optional. This is like Spice. I think we can cut it. Prickly Bogart could go. I know we added this for the purpose of getting our black pips up, but the reality is like we don't necessarily need it. Oh, this is life gain as well. I forgot. Canal Courier could go. It is a lot of mana. What do y'all think about Canal Courier? Should we cut it? Yeah, we did cut that one. Yeah, it's no longer in the deck. So counter spells we can't cut. Removal we can't cut. Lands we could go on to 35. I don't really want to, but we do have a lot of initiative. We're going to cut Canal Courier. I'm just going to make that decision right now. We could cut something like Ghastly Gloom Haunter because we have all these other lifelink effects. Yeah, I think Ghastly Gloom Haunter is like extra. We don't need that. The rest of this stuff is really good. Stormscape Familiar is making our commander cheaper as well as our black spells. But let's see how many black spells that reduces. Fairy Macabre, Vault Scourge, Chain Devil, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see, I gotta count that again. 1, 2, no, these not discounting those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 spells is quite a bit. But like compared to the one that reduces the cost of blue, it's a pretty big difference. 56%. So we could cut the Stormscape Familiar, but it's a shame because it's a flyer, you know? Yeah, Snuff Out doesn't count. You're right. 16 spells. It does reduce our commander cost. That's not nothing. You know, turn 3 that into turn 4 Halo Forager plus another 2-drop or hold up a counterspell is the thing we can do. We only have to cut 4 more cards. We're really close. We could, you know, go down on flickers with Planner Incision. Because really the flickers that are 3 mana are like the best ones. Let's try it. We can always come back and change things later on. Muldrifter is probably pretty important for the deck. It's also great to, you know, float this off of Throne of the Dead 3. And it's just a 3 mana draw 2. So that's good. The Edicts, I feel like this is also going to stay. We could potentially cut one of these. Flood is pretty mana intensive. That actually might be it. It seems like it's really good in like an initiative Monarch deck because Flood is a removal spell, right? We should keep that in mind. This acts like removal. It says this thing can't attack me every turn. Yeah, I don't want to cut Flood. I don't think cutting Flood makes sense in this like Monarch initiative deck. I don't think we should cut these. Fairy Macabre is kind of interesting. It's a good card, but you know, in all honesty, like we don't need more creatures. I'm not even certain that like Graveyard Hate is like something that we need to like deal with. You know, we can always flicker. I mean, it does take 2 things being in play. Fairy Macabre can come back with Reaping the Graves, so I think that makes a lot of sense. There's not a lot to cut right now. Could go down a land, but I have concerns about it. We'll do that, though, and we'll see. We might need to change that later on. Guildpact Informant is the worst proliferator. It's only a 1/1. It's pretty inefficient. I think we can cut it. Thrumming Bird is just a better card. Scrivener, yeah, Scrivener only gets back instants. It is part of the Flicker package, but look, we have like 3 of them, which is pretty good. And if we cast like a big draw spell out of somebody's graveyard, we can dig for shit like that. And on top of that, all of these can be flipped into Playoff Throne of the Dead 3. So I could see Scrivener. But at that point, I might choose Pneumatic Wall instead. Because Pneumatic Wall doesn't attack. Whereas these actually can. Not that they will, but it's a thing you can do. Pneumatic Wall is also a great blocker. So do keep that in mind. We have to only cut 1 more card. Yeah, we can't cut Flood. Man, yeah, this is a bit of a tough one. It could come out of removal. That's you know, honestly, that could be a thing. You know, the other thing we could do too is instead of having to hold up removal like this, we could actually just have it on board. So like Spellbomb and Ether and the Capsule, but we can't reuse those spells. Runaway Together is pretty high value in the deck. You prefer Rattlesnake removal to instant speed removal. Yeah, but we want spells. Even right now, we're kind of low on spells. But the thing is that Halo Forager doesn't need us to have a lot of spells, right? We can cast it on other people's stuff. Moonblade Shinobi is interesting because it doesn't have flying, but it does create a flying attacker, and it is a way to like reuse. Everything in here is really good, which is a common theme on this channel, is that we build good decks, mostly. Theoden was not a good deck, not a good commander, turns out. And Rona wasn't. There's been a couple of good learning lessons there. We're definitely playing Torch. I hear ya. Torch is plenty good on its own as just getting the initiative, and it's first strike. So this thing actually does a lot. We have a lot of evasive creatures that don't care about this. So equipping this is not going to be very good in a lot of cases. But simply like 4 mana initiative is really good. And initiative is an important part of the deck. Initiative is an important part of finding lands. Like each one of these initiative cards represents a land that we can get, and we can flicker the Trailblazer's Torch with the Ghostly Flicker, not with Displace, but with Ghostly Flicker. I think we could cut a 1-drop, or maybe a 2-drop. 2-drops look pretty good. 1-drops look pretty good. We could cut Prickly Bogart. Yeah, let's do it like that. Okay, let's transition into play testing here. We're gonna assume we do this on every live stream, but we're gonna assume our mana is perfect, just so we'll worry about lands later. This is a good opening hand. Torch is all right, but creatures are better. Yeah, we have 37, 39 creatures in the deck right now, so I don't think we need more creatures. Land, go. Land into Thrumming Bird, probably. And then we'll go here. And then this, we're actually going to go 1, 2, Seba Cryptomancer. Put a counter on this. And then we're going to play Shrieking Drake to bring it back. And then we'll attack and it becomes a 3/3. Draw. We don't have a land, but the moment we hit our lands, we're going to be set. So we could always go... I mean, this is kind of gross. This is going to be a 5/5. So we'll go 1, 2, and we have Curfew. So we'll go 1, 2, put a counter on this, and then we'll go to combat and hit. You can see how this proliferate shit gets out of control. Like, look at this. This is turn 4, and we're swinging for 7 in the air. And who wants to kill these things? They go to kill it. We go Curfew. Bring this thing back. Not killing this, but just end step, we go Curfew. And then draw. Unfortunately, not a land. This is definitely something I was worried about. But the funny thing is, look, we just go 1, 2, Curfew's in graveyard. Seba Cryptomancer. Actually, now we go Changeling Outcast and Seba Cryptomancer. If you're not seeing the power of the proliferate right now, I don't know what'll tell you. Tordex does look good, because if all these things die, then we can swap them out. I agree. So that's going to be in the sideboard. We're going to be looking for that. Now, even though it's turn 5 and we haven't hit our land, the moment we do, we're going to hit our 5th land drop as well. Damn it. But we're not doing it. We can go Cloudfin Raptor and then hold up Runaway Together to bounce the Cryptomancer again. But, like, this is all pretty self-contained here. This is like... It's funny, we're not hitting our land drops, but this turn we are swinging for 15 in the air. 15. There's our land. Now we go Eric Cochran Sneak. So it's funny. This ended up being kind of weird because we didn't hit our land drops, but we actually have like a very disgusting start here. Right? We go... This is going to... Look at this. We're going to get a counter here. Yeah, Commander is plan B at this point. Yeah, I agree. Commander is plan B. Commander is like a source of card advantage in the command zone where when we're out of resources, we play it and we're going to grab a draw spell from somebody else and we'll refill our hand with it. Because there's very few cantrips, 40 creatures, exactly. Yep. So look at this. We'll swing. I mean, just like do the math on this. It's like somebody probably has to respond to this. Like some of this stuff probably died. Like this is a lot of power. Like we're on turn 7 here, and we're fucking killing somebody. Somebody is dead. Somebody is absolutely dead right now. And now we're about to go Forge, where we're going to put Forge on the Aarakocra Sneak. We're going to proliferate again. You can see how the Evolve works here really nicely. So now on our upkeep, we draw a card. And now we can do some really stupid shit. We play our land out. We're going to put the counters on the Aarakocra Sneak. And then we're going to go... now I think we hold up mana, because what we can do is we can 2 mana Runaway together, get this back, recast it to protect our things, put a counter down, proliferate again. Like, this is so... This actually triggered the... Oh, wait, no, it didn't, because... yeah, but it will get... Let's see, so from 0 to 1, 2, now it's going to go bigger. Yeah, like, look at the size of these creatures. And they're all flying. So like maybe during our turn we have to like counter a combo thing. And then we'll draw a card from that. Upkeep. Yeah, I mean, this is looking very functional, actually. Super functional. Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, look at this hand. Oh my god. Evoke with the Evolve? Dude, look at this curve. Yeah, the new backup card is fucking busted. And it kind of makes me want to put Planner Incision back in the deck. Like, Planner Incision might be better than... Like, we probably want that flicker for that sort of reason. But look at this hand. Cloudfin Raptor. Gluttonous Slug. At a point of power. Attack. Draw. And then we'll go 3 mana for Muldrifter, which is going to sack itself. We'll add a counter here and here, like that. And we'll draw 2. And then, oh, jeez. Jeez. Now, these aren't fairies or rogues, so we can't play this right away, but we don't have one in hand. But we could just cast our commander, right? So we could go 1 mana Prying Blade, 2 mana Equip, swing, make a treasure, spend the treasure, spend this, play Nightscape Familiar. And then now we can go, let's see, this has to have been if a fairy dealt damage. The cool thing is that we don't need to draw a card. We've got plenty of cards right now. So turn 5, we can go 1, 2... Actually, we'll go 1, 2, 3, and we'll cast Halo Forager, and we won't recover anything from the graveyard. But it will buff the power on these. And oh, that was actually 1 mana because of Nightscape Familiar, which is great because now we have 3 mana, which we can dispel and go for the throat. So we go to combat, make a treasure. I really like the addition of the Treasure Stool Pigeon. That was a really great recommendation on your part. I think these Prying Blade, Goldvein pick, this is making me want to play them in Rilsa. Because not only do they add power, but they're hitting. And the cool thing is that in Rilsa, you give First Strike, which means you're also going to get that token in combat, which might open up some really weird stuff. Rilsa is full of bullshit tricks and having extra mana at instant speed. So say it's like, going into turn 6, say we have to interact with something like an untapper, and then we sacrifice this to dispel. So let's just assume we're using our resources. That's a fair bet when you're playtesting. It's always good to don't trick yourself into thinking that you aren't going to have to do it. Latchkey might be below average since the commander is something we're doing late. Skyscanner might just be better. Food for thought. Yeah, it could be. I think Latchkey Fairy is just too good. It's too good. So we'll go a swing. Actually, it's funny. We can't buff the power beforehand with this, but it's okay. We'll swing here, swing here. We're going to get a treasure. Now that we've attacked with a rogue, we can 1, 2, 3 Latchkey Fairy. Draw a card. Oh, the initiative is great here. Um, especially with Evolve. Yeah, exactly. With Evolve, like you can see, let's see, actually, is it 4? So we went from 0, 1, Slug is 1 power, um, Halo Forager is 2 power, um, Latchkey Fairy is 3 power. So this is actually a little bit smaller. Chris, I've returned after some CDH games. How does this deck combo? It doesn't. That's the easy answer. It's just Dimir mid-range with a commander that can refill our hands by taking other people's draw spells. We have flicker loops in here to reuse the Halo Forager as well as our other good ETBs. But we've swapped over to a really evasive creature base, a lower curve, and we cut all the rocks. Yeah, so we're just testing it right now. You can kind of see this as like Baleful Strix is kind of similar. Oh, I was just realizing this is actually only 2 mana because of Nightscape Familiar, which means that now we can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Dude, this has been great. Thorn of the Black Rose, gain the Monarch, draw for Monarch, and then we probably like this early in the game. I don't think anybody's still coming after us, and if they do, they're going to lose like 2 creatures with this. So I'm going to assume we keep the Monarch. We drew another Monarch card. We'll draw for turn. And now we're going to kind of go bananas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the Underdark Explorer. And we're going to find a swamp here. I know it's all swamps, but as I just explained, we'd be finding an island. And then we'd go Fairy Seer to scry to. And we don't want either of those. And we're going to make a treasure on combat hit. And because we played this, this is going to add a power to both of these. And I think now we leave Halo Forager up. And the reason being is that people don't really want to attack into this because it allows us to reuse the ETB, right? And now we have like a lot of blockers. So we go 1, 2, 3. We make the treasure. And then we'll end step draw for Monarch. Now people are paying attention to us, and we're going to get hit. So I'm going to assume that we trade off our Halo Forager and our Thorn and our Underdark Explorer to keep the initiative. And on upkeep, we're going to get counters on something. We're going to put it on the Fairy Seer because it's always good to... You could put it on the Nightscape Familiar too. That's actually not a bad idea. But it's always good to load up your counters on different stuff so that there's not one thing that's like really big and juicy to kill. Probably going to need to kill something at this point. So we're going to play Faceless Butcher to eat a commander. We can play Okiba Reckoner Raid. Neither of these are as big as they're going to get. They might, if we get back Underdark Explorer, we could do it again. The Monarch cards seem less great in multiples, unlike Initiative. Monarch is also common in opposing decks. This type of deck is so invasive. Maybe it's worth trimming some Monarch stuff. The reason I don't want to trim Monarch is because we have control of the Monarch and the Initiative. The way we've built the deck means that even if somebody gets it from us, we can always get it back. And we're the prime beneficiary of it because Monarch and Initiative, the cards that they're stapled to, the mechanic is aggressive, but the creatures that it's stapled to are very defensive. And I really like the idea that we can fly in over the top while those creatures hold down the fort. So I think that we do need them. And actually having them in multiples isn't such a bad thing. Like right here, say they did take the Monarch and say we didn't trade off all of our stuff. We can always attack the person that needs to die and then just play Staunch Throne Guard. Right? Oh, and this is actually, we have another one of these. I forgot. So I think that that's really good. There's also the ability to flicker. I would say that doesn't come up that much, though. Like denying somebody else their draw by flickering at end step in response to the Monarch trigger and taking the Monarch away from them. That doesn't happen that often, but it is a thing you can do. Mm-hmm. That was a bad choice to eat that handful of trail mix right as I was about to say something. Other people play the Monarchy too, but I don't think we can cut it. We need it too much. Monarchy is really good too because it is a way of like bartering. Like I will frequently use the initiative and the monarch as like an exchange tool for another person. I just say, hey, you can swing at me with that 1/1, but the rest of it, just send it at the combo player. I'll take the one. You can get a card, help fill up your hand, knowing that if we're the monarch in the initiative deck, we're always going to have better odds of like keeping it and retaining it. So whenever you have control over the monarch in the initiative because you're playing all of it, you're fine if you don't keep it, because a lot of these decks also play evasive creatures. You can always just get it back. We just say, okay, I'll hit you for 3, or I'll hit you for 1, and then, you know, boom, boom, boom. And they can't stop us from hitting them. So, end step, draw for Monarch. During our turn, and actually we make another one of these because we just hit with the Cloudfin Raptor. And what we're going to do is we're just going to say we countered something with Arcane Denial. Draw a card off that. Oh, the initiative is ticking away right now too. So this is going to be draw a card or make a 4/1. So we'll just say draw a card. Now we have Opal Palace, which is great with the Halo Forager. And the funny thing is, like, look, Halo Forager is just sitting here. It's just like this creature that we have. And what I'm really liking about it is that this is like our refill the hand at some point. You know, like we don't need to cast this, but we can. It's just a 3-mana 3/1 flyer. It's a Latchkey Fairy. But then when we want to, if we're out of cards, we can always play this and get the cards back from somebody else. And with the Opal Palace, we can, this is going to be a 4/2. So here what we're going to do is this is now turned over. Now we're in this state where we actually, look at this, we're accruing, you know, treasures. We have all this interaction here. We have the Monarch. We're kind of hard to kill. I think we probably just like hold on to the Monarch for now, and we probably cast Halo Forager. And we could like go 1, 2, 3. And it's reduced by this, right? Oh, and this is 1 mana. That's awesome. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 mana, cast the Halo Forager. We're going to get the counter. If you just look, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 creatures with counters on it right now. So we just cast that. We don't need to get anything from the graveyard. That's fine, because we got cards. We got the Monarch. We got the Initiative. We're about to go Throne of the Dead 3. And then when we need to refill, we'll have this. So it's kind of funny. This is like operating really differently than I thought. It's very much not built around Halo Forager, is it? You know, we have this tool, and it's a pretty dynamic tool. It's evasive. It generates card advantage. It hates on people's graveyard, and it hits hard. So let's just say we go 1 mana. We probably don't need Curfew right now, and there's nothing I want to ETB reuse here. We could ETB reuse the Latchkey Fairy, but like we could say, oh, we're interacting with somebody, so we go like Curfew, pick up the Latchkey Fairy, and then maybe we need to kill something, so we go Echoing Truth. Let's just spend all of our resources. Let's just like play this like we're getting hammered and Echoing Truth. So we're staying alive. We're keeping the Monarch in the initiative. We're drawing for Monarch there. Oh, see, that's what we would have spent, but whatever. Now with the upkeep, we've got the initiative, so we're going to flip off Throne of the Dead 3, and we're going to put something busted into play like that. Holy fuck. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow, that's one of the worst flips I've ever had. I think actually the Tormented Soul is better because it's actually unblockable, and this isn't unblockable if we have the Monarch. It's kind of a funky card that way. Bottom of library, shuffle, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, and then we're going to draw for turn. Okay, so now look at these. Wow. Very good. So we go to combat, we hit, we're going to make this treasure token, and now we'll just like recast Latchkey Fairy. And we have the Monarch. I mean, this feels great. I really like this. This is like Dimir good stuff. Dimir tempo-y, mid-rangey good stuff. Yeah, Darkness is a stupid card. Like, this card should never have been printed. I love it, and I've won a lot of games with it. Nobody should ever play around this because, like, look, like, it's one card in somebody's deck, but man, when you're playing with the Monarch and the Initiative, if somebody comes at you with like a big, lethal attack, you just turn it off for 1 mana. No, it's insane. It's good in aggro decks. It's good in control decks. It's good in mid-range decks. It's good in a combo deck. If you're playing Possessed Scab or Ether Sphinx Summoner or something like that, like a blue-black combo deck, this is so good. We just have this. And then this one right here, downsize. Man, what a card. Let's draw for Monarch. Yeah, okay, I really like this. This is sweet. This is a shit hand, though. This is a shit hand, too, because we don't really have any creatures. I think we can go down to 6. This is weird, but it's fine. So we'll probably put the Staunch Throne Guard to the bottom. It's just a little too expensive. So we'll go Changeling Outcast. We have lots of interaction, which is good. We'll just play out the Aether Spellbomb. We just got it. And then we'll play this, and I think we just play out our commander. Land. Haze Frog and Spore Frog are good cards. I don't think they're as good in CPDH. Kami of False Hope is the other one. The reason that I don't like them very much is that they're very telegraphed. If somebody wants to get through, they just kill it at end step with an instant speed removal spell, which I think really reduces how good they are. Where Haze Frog is different is that it's instant speed, right? It's flash. So I like Haze Frog more. They're reusable, but I don't know. So here, because we are kind of like hurting for cards, I think we probably run out the Azure Fleet Admiral, because we really want to draw some threats right now. Mnemonic Wall. So not having anything to proliferate feels kind of bad right now. But I think the upside is just too high. And it's still just a 2-mana 1/1 flying. It's very low cost to us. So what I think we'll do is go 1... We'll probably just sit back and block. So we'll go 1, 2, play this, hold up Doomblade and Aether Spellbomb. And what we'll do is, say there's a Gretchen player and they try to go off. We pop Aether Spellbomb, they go Tamio's Safekeeping, and we go Dispel. And then we, end of turn, we free cast this to draw 2. And we're going to draw off the Monarch. And then draw for turn. Wow, that was a big refill there. There's a threat. And you know what we can do? Man, that's strong. We can go 1, 2, 3, 4, play a land. Wait. Yeah, play a land. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to play the Tormented Soul and the Pneumatic Wall. And we're going to get back Meeting of Minds. And then we're going to go to combat with the Halo Forager and the Azure Fleet Admiral. Let's say somebody took the Monarch from us, so we've got unblockability. We're going to get the Monarch, and then we're going to draw a card, and then end step, we're going to convoke all of these for Meeting of Minds. Draw 2 more. Dude, Meeting of Minds and Archaeomancer effect are stupid as fuck. This is so stupid. What? Yeah, draw 2 free? Instant speed? That's yucky. I think at this point we might actually just we might sandbag this and just cast Cavern Harpy because we actually don't need more cards. We need more threats. So we go Cavern Harpy, Pneumatic Wall, and then we hold up like a Fog. We have the Flicker. The Flicker isn't amazing here because like what are we getting back? But we could go Flicker, Flicker the Forager so that it untaps. So it's got like Vigilance and then like steal somebody's kill spell and use it. Let's just say we do that. So we'll go Displace. And actually in that case, we wouldn't want to play the Cavern Harpy, right? So we do... oh, that's nice actually. Wow, the Displace feels really cool. So we'll go... we want more threats right now. So say we go to combat with these things. And then we kind of like ambush Viper them. And we go Displace, bring this back, get back Meeting of Minds, and then, or actually, yeah, we'll put this in the graveyard because we can get it back with Archaeomancer. And then we'll pay 1/2 to get a kill spell and kill their thing. And we draw for Monarch, of course. And then if we need to kill another thing, we can. Man, this being a way to get back removal from other people's graveyards, instant speed to kill things is... I think that's a really good justification for running less counterspells and less removal and more threats because we don't have to have those cards, which means the flickers are actually even more important. Like particularly Planner Disruption, Blur, the ability to like flicker these cards is really, really, really important. This is where Halo Forager is different than a lot of other decks, is that what we're learning is that if we have other people's spells, we can just reuse them. Why not? I like that a lot. I think that tells me that we want those cards back in the deck. And they're really good with initiative. They're really good with all the other stuff we do. They're great with Gary. Yeah, we want those cards. And if that's the case, then we actually could run less removal. We could run, Aether Spellbomb was cool, but to me, the fact that this isn't tutorable, it's not playing towards Cranial Plating, it's not recoverable, I think we're going to cut it, which might seem strange. But again, we have removal and counter spells in other people's graveyards. Like, it's fine. The Curfew was stupid. Runaway Together, stupid. This makes me think Withdraw would be really good too. The Grave Flickers are another option too that we haven't thought about. Like, if we are doing flicker stuff, we could, maybe Halo Forager sits back and blocks, trades with something, Undying Evil, bring it back to get something else again. It's just funny because what this means is that we don't have to run our own spells. Like, we don't have to run our own card advantage spells. There's some really cool value looping you can do in here. Mistblade Shinobi is good, but I have to admit, I don't know how often this is going to get in multiple times in combat. This card gets in on combo players. That's usually what you do is Moonblade Shinobi, they don't want to trade their creature. They'll take the 3, you make the 1/1. And making a bunch of flying 1/1s is really, really good. It's really strong. The same goes for Graveyard Hate. Pulling a Rotten Reunion or a some other graveyard effect out of the Graveyard Hate effect. It's really good. In general, I'm liking this a lot. That second game that we just did there, it turned out really well, even though we didn't have a lot of creatures. But generally speaking, with 37 of them in the deck, we will draw a lot of creatures. Prying Blade felt amazing. These feel so good in this. This is like a deck building pattern. I see things a lot in patterns when I build decks. There's a pattern language that you start to speak and to learn and to hear from your deck. This probably sounds really esoteric, but you start to communicate with the deck in a way where you're starting to see these packages come together. And these would be so good in Rilsa. They'd be really good in Passageway Seer, in Golem. Any deck that has this evasive, low curve stuff going on. We need one cut. How do we feel about flood? Flood is reusable, so it doesn't need to be recoverable. It doesn't need to be flickered because it just sits there. It just is. Chain Devil isn't necessarily what we need right now, but this does hit some very important things. It hits Gut. It hits Third Path Iconoclast. It does hit, something there's some pretty fucked up stuff we can do with this, actually. I just realizing. Being able to flicker this is really good. Having one of these is really good. Check this out. Chain Devil. Say there's an Abdel player and all they have is tokens in play, and somebody plays an Abdel, with their flicker on the stack, you can flicker the Chain Devil with a flicker spell and make them sack that because it's non-token creature. I think Chain Devil is probably a card we need to keep. It could be removal that we cut. Was there Tortex that somebody recommended? Tortex would be good. When we play this, if we find that there are people, like wiping our board a lot, then we'll want to look into that. Fairy Macabre is really good in the deck, but it's also extraneous. We could also just cut another removal spell. I think that is potentially fine because we have ways to interact, like reusable spell stutter sprite, counter spells with this thing if we flicker it and get it back. This is so interesting. So the flickers unlock the Halo Forager as a way to get spells that you don't have a high density of in your deck, which is allowing us to cheat and have a ton of creatures instead. That's really, really cool. I'm high on that vibe. That is really, really interesting. So maybe the thing to do here is yeah, I like that a lot. I don't think any of these want to be cut, though. That's the only problem. Doomblade, like these all need to target combo players, basically. Oubliette is a great spell, and we can actually flicker this with it's just Ghostly Flicker. If we had Teferi's Time Twist is exile target permanent, which is pretty cool. The only thing is that this is at end step, so we can't use it to do shenanigans on, during important turns. But I'm imagining like a combo turn where you allow the stack to resolve, where somebody's trying to stop a untapper and they aren't successful. And then you just go and there's all sorts of weird shit you could do where you could end step, you flicker your Halo Forager, put it into play, grab the kill spell, kill it anyways. Or you could participate on the stack. If there's a stack war, you flicker Halo Forager, get back a counterspell in the graveyard. So you could actually do something wild. Okay, check this out. Okay, so you allow... Okay. There's an untapper, and it needs to die. They go freed from the real. And an opponent goes counterspell. Gretchen goes Dispel. No more stack interaction, it's just us. We say Dispel resolves. And then let's see. It might need more cards than that, but you could flicker it, grab the resolved spell out of the graveyard, and then counter the spell that matters. Damn, that's sick. I think I feel pretty good about Abjure, too. This one, I think, is going to be strong. Okay, so then what's our last cut? What didn't feel good? I could see Trailblazer's Torch not feeling good, but I think the initiative is too damn important because the reality is without the Monarch and the initiative, we don't have card advantage except for our command zone, which is pretty good. But I think the initiative and the monarch are just too core and central to the deck to not play them. And these do work with cards like Thorn of the Black Rose, where you can attack and you can trade up. It works with, it works with the ground pounders, which we don't have a lot of. Everything is either unblockable or, whatever. So maybe there's an argument for that, but I really don't think we should cut it. Last cut, chat, last cut. Help me out. I'm getting tired. Getting tired. We could go down on one of these potentially. Maybe Pneumatic Wall is one option. But I think that these are pretty central to the deck. They're pretty important. So maybe it is just a removal spell. So we'll cut something like, we could cut Oubliette. It's not super central to the deck. And we don't really want somebody throwing themselves at us for the rest of the game to turn it off. And it's not instant speed, so we can't reuse it. All right, let's do this. Oubliette's going to go. That might seem like complete heresy. Some of you out there are just like, fuck that card. Get it out of the deck. We don't want it anyways. And I'm happy for you if you're that person. This is weird. This is good. It's a lot of lands, but we have a cost reduction for our commander and for our Mistblade Shinobi. Although this is an ability, so it doesn't reduce that cost. So we'll go cast Halo Forager. Sneak is great. We're going to have a way to reuse the sneak now. So we're going to go here. We probably need to give up the initiative on this one, so we'll just attack. But we're going to go and get our swamp here. And we'll give up the initiative. That's fine. Because what we're going to do next turn is we will draw for turn, play our land, get the initiative. Actually, we'll offer to take the initiative back with this. And if they don't, then we'll hit them with this. So let's assume they take the trade. We get it with this. We attack the combo player with this. And we attack the combo player with this. We get the initiative. We're going to put counters on, I think I think we're going to end up reusing this. So we'll put it on the, maybe we do put it on our commander. We'll put it on our commander because that'll make somebody kill it and then we can reuse it again and we have tons of lands. So we'll put Forge here. And then what we can do is in combat, we pay 3. We're going to bring this back. This is going to hit. It's going to make an illusion. And then with our 2 remaining mana, we'll go 1, 2 for Dream Thief. We'll draw a card. And then upkeep. I think probably somebody takes it from us again. So we'll assume that that's the case. Play a land. You can see the deck is functioning on all cylinders, though. This is amazing. So much gas. So now we can go. This is 3 mana. This is 2. That's pretty sick. Yo, Thanatos, what's up? We're playing a Halo Forager from the March of the Machines set. And we have a really interesting deck. This is one of the more interesting decks I've built in a long time, in that there's a lot of really useful shenanigans you can do by flickering this. I'll say that. But the shell that we've built it in is very different than what we started with. At the beginning, we started with 15 mana rocks, and the goal was to have a lot of Halo Forager type interactions and to really lean into Halo Forager. And now what we've done is we're actually leaning on Halo Forager in another way, which is at turn 3, we just cast it and we attack people as a creature. But then later on, we can flicker it on the stack to get interaction to help kill combo stuff or to stop other things. And the Halo Forager in the late game can just go and grab other people's draw spells. So the Halo Forager is a proxy, a single card proxy in our command zone for all of the other things we could need, which means that instead of filling those slots, with our own spells, like having a ton of removal and interaction, we just use other people's stuff with our flickers. So our flickers allow us to do that, which is really cool. There's so many things we could do here. We could turn on the pressure and really just go 1, 2. We would attack first. We'll grab the initiative and we'll goad this time. And then what we'll do is we'll go 1, 2, 3. Siren Sculptor. Or we could actually go 1, 2, 3, Aarakocra Sneak. Oh, this is the way to go. Aarakocra Sneak, we go into the initiative. We're going to get a zombie token, but we're just going to, let's just call it a soldier for now because because there's no, I have to search it. So we'll get the skeleton, and then end step, we go 1, 2, and we go Ghostly Flicker. And we're going to flicker this and flicker that. And so we're going to draw a card because this one had a blue spell cast, and then we're going to go Throne of the Dead 3. So Throne of the Dead 3 first. Wow. Wow, Scrivener. Wow. Holy shit. Initiative and flickers is so fucking stupid. Because now we get Ghostly Flicker back. We have Scrivener in play. It has hexproof, so we can just flicker it, and now we have a value loop going. Stormscape Familiar, also great here. But definitely the Scrivener is going to be the pick. This is very, very cool. Ooh. The Thrumming Bird. That's a really hard pick because we're about to go through the initiative again. But I think Scrivener... The other reason we wouldn't pick Scrivener, too, is that the counters are kind of wasted if we're flickering it, and we have Pneumatic Wall. So I think what we're going to do is flip Thrumming Bird into play. Yeah, that's what we have it in considering for Rilsa, definitely. Yeah, the Archaeomancer flicker type stuff is really, really good. We could definitely consider it in Rilsa. Yeah. I mean, Ghostly Flicker is good in Rilsa. Rilsa's built all around ETBs. In fact, actually, Thanatos, you're going to recognize this deck. It looks a lot like it's using the same principles of Rilsa. That's what it's evolved into. We dropped all the rocks. Another card that you should think about, Thanatos, too, there's a couple of cards I want you to think about. The Archaeomancers, Prying Blade, and Goldvein Pick are really, really good. They're turning out to be really, really good in these evasive creature decks. Because, and you can look at the list in the description below, but actually, wait, I don't have the list in the description below. Oh, I don't want to lose this playtest here. I want to come back and we're going to finish that game because I want to see how that interaction plays out. Free mana, yeah. I mean, I'm now seeing how good this kind of stuff is, but let's, what was I looking for? I just had a brain fart. Wow. Poop brain. What was why was I opening another one? Oh, because we could look at the list. That's right. So yeah, if you look at this list, it's like very, very similar. It's just really hard to make cuts in Rilsa. You know, the place we could make cuts though would be anything that's like ETB draw, because technically these Archaeomancers are the same thing, right? And the Archaeomancers allow us to get back a lot of good stuff in Rilsa too. And we have these to like make the flicker cheap. But these cards right here, this is what I'm talking about for Rilsa. These cards are so damn good because we can ramp by hitting people with stuff that they can't block. It's really, really good. And First Strike allows us to get the treasure in combat. And you know what that means, right? That means we can like pay for ninjutsu. So First Strike, hit them, get the treasure. And then we have mana for ninjutsu now. This treasure shit is super sick. Plus Prying Blade off of Trinket Mage is a thing we can do. But yeah, this probably looks really similar. But look, we have a very slim package here. Very slim package here. We have only 2 sweepers. We don't have Pestilence. We don't have Crypt Rats. And the idea here is that if we need something, it's going to be in somebody else's graveyard. Okay, so this is great. I love this. Let's finish this turn, and then we're going to go take a look at Rilsa to see, whether that's what we want to do. The best one is red. Oh, Beamtown Beatstick and Sticky Fingers. Yep. There could be an argument in this deck, too, for Psychic Impetus as a way to make somebody attack somebody else. That might actually be a good one of, because we don't need to have that much removal and counter magic because it's going to be on the stack, and we can get it with a flicker. So we flickered, we completed the throne, we drew a card off of the Dream Thief, and now on our turn, we're going to go and we're going to get a land off of the initiative. Look at this. We have so much gasoline here. And now we go 1, 2, 3, 4, because it's discounted off of the familiar, to get Pneumatic Wall. And Thrumming Bird came in with 3 counters. And it's actually able to attack this turn too, which is really cool. So we'll get Ghostly Flicker back. And then we'll go 1, 2... We probably don't want to be greedy about this, but I really want to flicker this. Let's just see what the high greed play would look like. We'll go 1, 2, Ghostly Flicker this and this. Get back Ghostly Flicker, go into the Forge. And now we'll go and we'll pump up our... probably this Illusion token. And then we'll swing. And we'll proliferate. And we probably swing with this too, and this at the combo player. Make another one of these. Yeah, Beat Stick's really good. Yeah. But, Prying Blade and Gold Vein Picker are great too, and we don't need the Menace. We don't need the Menace that Beat Stick gives us. It's the same card. Menace is not useful in this deck because all of our creatures are evasive. All the creatures that attack are evasive. Yeah, this is sick. We had a game where we operate off 3 lands, and we were hitting on turn 5 for like 15 every turn because we had Thrumming Bird and the 2 evolve creatures, and it got wildly out of control. Wildly out of control. Okay, this is dope. This deck is fire. Please, somebody assemble this deck and show me. Yeah, build this deck. This is really cool. This has like a lot of competitive play because of what Halo Forager does. Like Halo Forager is not something that people want you to reuse because so they're not going to attack you as much. You're very grindy. You have a lot of evasive pressure. Yeah, like very, very cool deck. Make sure to tag your decks too. We have people in the community right now who are gathering metadata from Moxfield using scraping software. And so if you tag your stuff, we're going to get better data. So just as a thought here. Oh, we don't have Boomerang in the deck. We need to put Boomerang in here. We definitely need Boomerang. And we are definitely a zoo deck. Yeah, definitely go tag Squirrel as well. We need Boomerang in here, though. Boomerang is one of the most important blue spells you can play in any deck because it hits anything. It has amazing art, and more importantly, it hits lands. And when a Gretchen player is loaded up their land with like a zillion things, this is how you put them back into the Stone Age. You let the whole stack resolve. You let other people interact and say, I have interaction, but it's the last one I want to use, and I need you all to use yours first. I promise you I will use it. And then when the stack is over and all of their mana is gone and all the spells have been cast, you cast Boomerang and you end them. You just end them. Same with Capsize. If you're not playing those, you can also play Befoul in black. If you're in Rakdos, you can play Wrecking Ball is really good because it's instant speed. If you're in green, you can play Monvuli Acid Moss. And if you're in red, you can play Cleansing Wildfire. Also, Fissure in red is destroy target creature or land for 5 mana, which isn't good, but it is flexible. Okay, Boomerang in what comes out. Now we're getting pretty low on removal. So we could potentially cut a counterspell like Abjure. But I like Abjure a lot. I think Abjure is going to be money in the deck. Is there anything else we could cut? Shrieking Drake seems really good. By the way, you're going to love this too, Thanatos, because we have Keymaster Rogue and Storm Sculptor. We need one cut. So hard to make cuts in this deck. Any deck that's hard to make cuts in is probably a good deck. Let's cut Fairy Macabre. I don't know that this is something I care about. I just don't know if I care. It just feels like I don't want to go down on removal because we do need removal. You know, we do need some of our own and some of our own counter spells as well. But like Fairy Macabre, the only way we get it back is with Witch's Cottage or Reaping the Graves, and Witch's Cottage isn't amazing in this deck because we don't have a lot of swamps. We're mostly blue. It's like 2/3, 1/3 kind of a thing. And so we just have Reaping the Graves to get it back, which is good. You know, Reaping the Graves, get this back, cast it, is strong. Is there anything that felt bad? Anything that was like kind of dumb? Like Lantern Seer? Okay, so this card was really... Okay, this is a good example of the Ship of Theseus. If you don't know what the Ship of Theseus problem is, it's a logical exercise where there's a ship. And you imagine that there's a ship and it leaves port and it travels all the way around the world. And in the course of its travels, it's replacing things because things break, right? So as things break, they replace the mast, they replace maybe the cannons, they get worn out. And by the time they get back, not a single part of the ship is the same part. It's all been replaced. And the question is it still the same ship? And what we have with Lantern Bearer is this card looked best when we had a way to put it on a rogue, or sorry, a ninja, because the ninjas don't have flying. And that's a problem because the ninjas only connect once and then they sit there and it feels stupid. So this card looked really good before and it looks bad now. It's not the same ship is the answer. And you have to be really cognizant of that when you go through your list, is like if you started with one hypothesis and you moved into another, or if over time your deck drifts, there's this concept of like, as your deck building evolves, as new cards get printed, new interactions become better, and things start to drift, you always want to be careful that the cards that you have in the deck are still there for the right reason. Lantern Bearer is not going to make the cut here, but Thanatos, I think Lantern Bearer is going to go in Rilsa, because look at what this does. +1/+1 and flying. And we can give flying to something that doesn't normally fly, like a ninja, right? And this is great. It's a 1-drop evasive creature. We should definitely be playing this in Rilsa. I need to write this down. So Rilsa is going to have a couple of changes. It's going to be... oh boy, this is going to be a lot of them, I think. So we can explore the Archaeomancers. We could look into the Prying Blade and Goldvein pick, which I'm actually really confident in. There's the Lantern Bearer. And what else do we like in this deck? There is the, plus flickers. How are we ever going to make these changes to Rilsa? It's going to be really tough. Yeah, even Reaping the Graves in Rilsa is going to be really good too. Shrieking Drake has felt really good too. Okay. All right, we've got a pretty good list of things for Rilsa. We need to cut a card. We're going to cut the Fairy Macabre, I think. Graveyard Stay, I mean, it's important for Abdel. Maybe not. I'm waffling so fucking hard right now. Oh, Lantern Bearer. This is the card we're cutting. I think we do have Drake in, yeah. All right, so chat, this has been a long stream. We're right at 4 hours. We are going to wrap things up here. I think this is a super cool deck. I highly recommend you take this for a spin. If you use Moxfield OBS and you play in the tryhards, just copy the list over and give it a shot. We're going to have to switch the lands around to make it work. We would look at Rilsa right now, but I really need to just like do something different. I need to go play a game of Dota with some friends or something, and then go to sleep because I wake up at 6 tomorrow. So. But it's been really fun having you all here. Breaking Bob, welcome. You're catching us right at the end, but glad to have you here anyways. Yeah, we're still live. Yeah. Whenever Breaking Bob enters the chat, you know we've been going late because Breaking Bob lives in Germany and the time zone difference. Yeah, good to have you here. So yeah, give this deck a shot. This is really cool. I really like this blending of like mid-range value in the command zone, but a 99 that's very aggressive. I think that's an amazing way to do it. The flicker spells here have so much usability in this deck, whether it's ending the game with Gary, reusing a Chain Devil in really cheeky and fucked up ways, reusing a Faceless Butcher on the stack where you go Faceless Butcher, flicker it, it comes back in, you eat 2 commanders. We have a lot of tricksy bullshit in here. We have Seba Cryptomancer working well with Runaway Together, Curfew, all of these bounce spells here. Reusing the Seba Cryptomancer with these flickers and these bounces is broken. Broken. Because look at what we got. We got the Thrumming Bird to proliferate. We have some really cool tech with Darkness, Downsize, Flood. Flood being a way to basically block or turn off combat for a commander, which is great. And then we have the Archaeomancer package, which has no combo in it, which means that we won't be the target of aggression for being a combo player. And all of these cards can get back Reaping the Graves, which can get back all of our creatures. We're not playing any clunky rocks. We're just playing these Goldvein Pick Prying Blade as a way to ramp with our evasive creatures, as well as Stormscape and Nightscape Familiar, which reduce the cost of all of our stuff that matters. We have a really nice low curve. Look at this bell curve here. Very nice density of 1 through 3. We have everything covered from graveyards to bouncing lands to killing commanders to gaining life. All in an evasive package that generates a ton of value and works really, really well with itself. And fundamentally, what is most impressive about this deck is that Halo Forager allows us to run less draw spells, less removal, and less counter spells. Because Halo Forager, if you flicker it, all of these flicker effects are instant. Planner Incursion, Blur, Displace, Ghostly Flicker, all of them allow us to take things that have been cast on the stack and reuse them on the stack. Allow a spell to resolve, grab it from the graveyard by flickering and then casting it. So we're able to artificially increase the number of creatures and threats in the deck and the pressure while reducing the amount of like stuff that we have to play on our deck. It's insane. Yeah, Faceless plus Flicker. Well, and the other thing is that Faceless Butcher is almost always a commander killing card. And so if we Faceless Flicker, then we're actually going to tag 2 commanders, and they won't put them under the Faceless Butcher. They just won't do it. That's not smart. You definitely don't want to do that. So yeah, this is very cool. Very cool deck. Definitely the most interesting deck I've worked on. I think this one and Shadowfax are the 2 most interesting decks I've worked on this entire year. Like, I think I can say that with a lot of confidence. So yeah, with that, I've really loved having you all here. It's been a great live stream. Let's see how many of you are. There's okay, there's just 3 of you. That's fine. That's good. Sometimes with the long streams, people will fall off, but Hope you all are having a great rest of your day out there. Breaking Bob, hope you have a great start to your day. Thank you all for sticking with us. Want to do a quick shout out to our patrons who make this all possible. If you want to join the Patreon, support content like this, support content, Clay and I basically, making these interesting stuff, exploring different parts of the format in interesting ways, and you just want to see our content thrive, the way to do it is through patreon.com/common connoisseurs. And I will pull it up on screen for you here. These right here are our membership tiers. We have $2 a month, which is really nothing. Over the course of the year, that's $24. Makes a big difference for Clay and I. Gets you access to the Discord channel. We have the $5 a month, which gets you access to the early access to the videos, which is as many as 3 days in advance. It also gets you access, and this is super fun. I'm adding this, and it's not on there now. As of the beginning of last week, I am posting now all of the lists for Let's Builds ahead of time, which means that you, as a patron, can get access to these lists and participate in the process of building them ahead of the stream, which is such a cool value. I'm really excited to offer this to people. And Clay and I really want to be cognizant that whatever we're charging you in this membership is something that's like a high value offering. The aficionado is the highest offering, value offering. The interfaces that I use here, I made all these myself. I will give these to you, even if you did a month of aficionado, and I will change the name on this so that it has your name. Anything from Moxfield playtest interfaces to this one right here, so that maybe you're playing with your friends and you just want to have your face up and you're in Discord, you want to stream your screen while showing your face. That's a great way to do it. You're going to get shout outs in all the videos and, of course, all the other things after that. And for the folks of you out there for whom money is not an issue, I know you're out there. I was just watching a live stream where somebody was getting like several $100 donations, like back to back to back. And I was like, dude, I don't know what that life's look like, but if you are that person, or if you just really care about the content, we do have a $20 a month for the Zealot and a $50 a month for the Epicure. So if you really care about what we're doing here and you have the means and you feel like supporting us, these are great ways to do it as well. This one in particular guarantees you 1 month of focused time with me on webcam, with you either playing or with you building a deck where we work together and I coach you. I can also backseat you in a game where I'm in muted chat on Discord and we're talking back and forth. And you also get exclusive member-only games with Clay and I once a month. So this is a really amazing tier as well for those who can reach for it. We haven't had anybody reach for those tiers yet. I totally understand why, but you could be the first. So anyways, that's that here. With that, I am going to do our member shout out and let you all know about the special people in the community who really help make this all go around. We have the Sanctuary PDH, Jack, Eric, Adgan, Jerry, Zach, Scooby, Chris, Mizu, William, Paul, Corey, Derek, Devin, Ian, Bobby, Jin Shooting Star, and of course, Noyark, our longest running patron and our largest contributor to the channel. So thank you all so much for your contributions. It's been wonderful having you all here today. And with that, we're going to sign off. So, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard, wherever you are in the world, thank you so much for hanging out, and we'll see you on the battlefield. Peace.